What's up, chatters? What's everybody doing today? The Twitch layout? Yeah, that's a new feature they added. Wants to rule the world. What the hell? Oh yeah, we gotta look at that Kenshiro trailer. Let's look at that real quick before we play Rivals. Yo, Kyoko, thanks for the 230. God damn. Thank you. Alrighty, okay, let's get started. What's up, chatters? Hope everyone's having a good day. It has been pretty bad, but whatever. Don't want to talk about it. Whatever. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at some shenanigans when it comes to shenanigans. I mean, yeah, Kenshiro dropped in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. We're gonna look at this and we'll play some Rivals, but yeah, if you don't remember, like 4 or 5 months ago or something like that, did like a teaser. SNK did like a teaser for Fatal Fury. JJS. The hell is JJS? I don't know what that is. Like 5 months ago, they did like a teaser for Kenshiro. From Fist of the North Star. I've never watched his anime. What's up, Book? How you doing? What's up, Book? Let me start the YouTube stream as well before I forget. But yeah, I've never watched this anime, but apparently it's really good. I don't know. It's very old though. But this was the teaser they dropped 5 months ago. If you guys never saw it, it was this. That was a teaser they dropped like 5 months ago. But yeah, this is the trailer for the character that just dropped today. I don't know when he drops, but I'm assuming it's June, no? Yeah, it's June. Because on his thumbnail, at least, it says June. Give me a second. It's coming soon. It says June 2026. So I'm assuming they're going to show, like, I don't know. Like, what are they going to show at EVO, then? I don't know what they're going to show at EVO. But let's see this character. Damn, his model looks good.
Die, come step forward.
His voice is funny.
Next to die, come step forward.
Where destiny swirls, the lone savior appears. Oh, his OST's on fire. Fist of the North Star.
Love will never die.
Does he talk like this in the show? Are you serious? Damn. So what is his powers? Oh, damn. What are his powers technically? What? He's insta kills people.
Stronger together.
He just straight up insta kills people. There is no aura. Oh, they didn't show a lot of gameplay.
It seems you have inherited more than just techniques.
Why does he have bullet holes on his chest?
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
Bro got bullet holes on his chest. He be tanking bullet holes. Damn, it's the season pass. Damn. I still have yet to check out Geese. It looks pretty sick. Let me look at the Japanese version. Does he really just talk like this? Am I tripping or is that Jotaro? What? Am I tripping? I was like Jotaro or Kiryu. What? Or both. Fist of the North Star. They didn't show a lot of gameplay. They gatekeeping, that's for sure. What is this? They gatekeeping, that's for sure. They didn't show combos. Yeah, they're gatekeeping. They don't want to show a lot. That's pretty cool. City of the Wolves. Pretty cool looking character, no? But yeah, he drops June. I'll give him a try when he drops. I don't know when, but yeah, the Japanese version sounds way cooler than the NA version. That's for damn sure. All right, let me boot up TikTok stream and let's get started, bro. We're gonna play some rivals today. We're gonna play ranked and maybe later we do customs. Maybe later we do customs. We'll see. We shall see. Want a duo? Nah, I'm soloing today. You losing yet? Oh, what the hell? Where's my in-game audio? What's up, Wumsy? How you doing? What's up, Holy Sage? What's up, TikTok chatters? What's everybody doing? Go to the blade spray? No, bro, I'm not buying that shit. I'm not buying that blade spray. You've lost your everlasting mind, bro. If you think I'm gonna buy that blade spray, bro. Oh, nah. I am not buying that blade spray. You guys have lost your minds, bro. They've lost their minds adding that. You see the title? Yeah, I did. I'm just not gonna speak on it. Cause what in Tarnate, they know exactly what they're doing that. Apparently there's some rivals thing where they're gifting like 1,000 subs if you do some charge thing. I don't feel like doing it though. And I'm like already extremely far behind since it started way earlier. Like if you go to Kingsman's chat, everyone's just spamming charge. Cause like whoever has like the most charges at the end of the event gets like 1,000 gifted or something like that. But like I feel like it's kind of cheese though, cause like what if you have like a lot of people in your chat? Yeah, chat's just spamming charge. I don't know why it's locked to VIPs though, but like a leaderboard. Yeah, this. Whoever has like the most charges wins 500 gifted, and then the other second place gets 500 as well, or something like that. I don't know how it works. It's something like that, but I feel like it's kind of cheese though, because I feel like whoever has the most people in their chat just wins it now. Also, I'm not understanding how it works. Yo, YG, thanks for the gifted. Also, I'm just not understanding how it works. I feel like that event's kind of cheese. Oh well. Anyways, oh wait, let me go claim my thing at the beach. Well, you're gonna cop a Gunu skin, but not the blade skin. The blades. Oh, not the blade spray. Did you just compare a skin to a spray? Wait, this is not the beach. Did you just compare a skin to a spray? And also, have you like never seen a girl at the beach before or something, or like what? Just self-reported doom. You ever seen girls at the beach before? Now, what are they supposed to look like? They're supposed to be wearing like jeans or something? Jeans and a hoodie at the beach, or what do you want? How are they supposed to look? These are adults. These are not kids. These are grown-ass individuals. After I worked out, so I just finished it now. I got the chocolate one. I haven't tried the chocolate one. What do you mean last name, bro? What you mean, bro? Lock in. Lock in. Let's get this W. Hope your day gets better. I appreciate it, dude. Let's get this W. My tripping is my game more vibrant than usual. Yeah, I'm tripping. I might be tripping. I don't know. Goat magic. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I sat in it because I knew it wasn't gonna kill me. If it would have killed me, I'd have been very confused. Oh yeah, if there's any content creators in chat that are signing up for Streamer University, the application is closed on the 22nd. Applications closed on the 22nd. You signed up? Yeah, I already signed up. I don't think I'm gonna get in, but it would be pretty cool if I did. I knew it was gonna kill him because that was percent damage. Oh, we're playing a lot of Cyclops today. I'm not losing, by the way. We're winning today. I don't give a fuck. I'm playing that poke slot. It's one of those days. I've already had a shitty day. I'm winning today. I don't care. You probably won't see a lot of Blade today.
Someone clip this!
Let it bleed. I couldn't do something like that. I'm an anonymous VTuber. Yeah, stuff like that is why I can never be a VTuber. I don't care about the anonymous shit. To a certain extent. Like not being able to go to cool shit just because you want to be anonymous. Nah, I'm good. I don't care how ugly or whatever I look. I'm not doing that. I could be the ugliest person alive. I'm not being a VTuber. Fuck that. 9 times out of 10, the people talking shit would never show themselves. So I don't care about stuff like that. Yeah, my settings are different. My settings are for sure different. Why are shadows on? My game is extremely vibrant. Infer, why'd you betray us? That short is funny, bro. That short is so hilarious. Kobe is a troll, bro. I was editing shorts when I saw that one. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta upload this. This dude's a fucking troll. Put the streamers in. Kobe, that dude's a fucking troll, bro. I can't take him serious. It's Blade though. How's your day bad? I don't feel like talking about it. It pissed me off. I'd rather not talk about it. It's gonna piss me off talking about it. The short is funny. Are we here to give you a different reason to be pissed off? That's crazy. If you're in my go, what's up, dude? Damn, this guy's missed every root. Not even shitting you, he's missed every root. Who's the best DPS right now? Cyclops. The character I'm playing right now is the best DPS in the game. Like, if anyone disagrees, like, I don't know, like, argue with a wall. If you disagree, like, I'm just gonna assume that you really like this character and you don't want him nerfed. That was a good ult. He did that earlier too. He keeps missing a good ult. I mean, I just don't care to complain or nothing. I mean, I don't really complain ever anyway. Yo, kiss that. My chat doesn't believe that I used to be toxic. Didn't I used to be extremely toxic? My chat doesn't believe me when I say that. My chat doesn't believe me. I used to be extremely toxic. Like a long ass time ago. How toxic? I was an asshole. I talk hella shit. It's just stuff for no reason. Toxic. Okay, I wasn't giga toxic, but it was a shit talker, that's for sure. It was a dickhead. That was good. You're a nice guy now. Nice guy is crazy. Hold on, get me back on Smite. Hold on. I'm joking. Hold on, caught Black Ops 2 drop next month. Hold on. We getting Black Ops 2 next month. I don't know how long this is gonna last. I'm gonna be on that Black Ops. Can I get a heal? Can I get a heal? Did you guys know Cyclops got buffed yesterday? Did you guys know that? This character got buffed yesterday. They made it so that his ults, you know how like when you would ult, objects would stuff his ult, like get in the way of it when you did on the floor? Yeah, it doesn't do that anymore. It doesn't do that no more. Mike's still on in game? No, it's not. Tempo. It doesn't do that no more. It's like when they nerfed DD and they put it in the patch. No, they put it in the bug fix section. Even the throw bug. Like literally when they nerfed DD. Hold on. Okay. Let me beat the music. So, if you didn't know, Cyclops got buffed yesterday in the patch that dropped all the summer skins. If you check their Twitter, it doesn't say it here though. But hold on, where is it? Fixes and optimizations heroes. It doesn't say it here, but like if you press the link, where is it? Heroes. Found it right here. Cyclops. Fixed an issue where the secondary ground explosion of Cyclops' ultimate would occasionally fail to damage targets standing behind barriers, even uneven, rugged terrain. So like the payload, like you know how like I kept saying you should probably go into the air first before you use the ult because sometimes it just won't hit because like stuff is in the way. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. So yeah, you can't hide from the ult. It's gonna hit you now for sure. I think it still bugs out a little bit now, but I don't think so because when I used it yesterday, it worked every time when I used it on the floor. Granted, that is a bug, but that is a buff. It's a pretty big buff. So now you don't really even have to use your F to do it. Like using your F isn't going into the air to do it. But yeah, he got buffed. This one just being able to tell lasers if it's the enemies or yours. But yeah, that's a buff, but that's not written in here. So like no people don't know Cyclops just got buffed. It's minor, but I wouldn't say that's a minor one. Because I literally, even in that video, I literally said, yo, when you use the ult, I think you should probably use your F with it because it just doesn't hit. Because he can't see behind the payload. He can't see behind the payload because the way he's using the ult, it's going forward and then upwards. So it makes sense why he can't see behind the payload. It's like, look at that. It goes up and then across, but it'll go behind the payload now. So it's like, damn. Like, let's say this is the payload, for example. Oops. See, it like goes behind it. I mean, that used to always do that right here. Let me see if I can do it right here. It's gonna be hard to find an example of this. Yeah, it would look like that. Like, it would stop like right there. Think of this as the payload. I mean, obviously, if the wall's too high, it won't work. But like, it'll work on the payload now, which is a pretty big buff, I'd say. So you don't have to use like your F and then do this like this anymore. I think you should still do it though, but I don't know. It's up to you. Or at least like do a short hop and then do it. You probably don't have to go that high. Because if you go that high, it's reactable, but I'm gonna go like this high and do it.
Victory for humankind.
Do it as fast as possible because if they see you walking, I mean, well, going up into the air, yeah, they are countering that. Yeah, just wanted to say that. So I'm gonna be playing some Cyclops today. So let's get some W's. You see Take Keith passed away? Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. I don't know what he passed away from, but that's very sad there. What's your GPU? If you come to Purple App and do specs, you can get it. Why would Cyclops get buffed? Hey, man. What would you rank Cyclops? I did my tier list. It's already out on the Red app. I uploaded my tier list video today. Go look at it. But I put him Z tier. I think he's the best DPS in the game. Take Keith? You don't know Take Keith, bro? You don't remember his ad-libs or nothing at the start of songs?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
You really have never heard of Take Keith?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Is he on? Didn't he? Hold on. He's a producer, yeah. Didn't he produce Sicko Mode? Oh, I can't play it on this. Yeah, he produced Sicko Mode and like a bunch of other, like tons of songs. Tons of songs. Everybody knows his ad-libs. That guy's just spamming 6-7. I guess wants to ban Luna. Why are we playing barely clothed Cyclops?
Pick your
Sheesh.
hero.
Oh, they banned it, damn it.
I'm not judging.
My knowledge is sharp. My mind is sharp.
Barely clothed, bro. It's Weapon M. That's Weapon M, bro. Lock in. Wait, why'd that short pop off? Why did that short pop off, bro? Why is that 100k views? That short. That short is so stupid, bro. Look at this. This short. Hold on.
Enemies can become friends.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This one. Yeah, I'll play it real quick.
Hey, what am I thinking?
But like, big bro, why you abandon us? Every night I hug my ABA plushie,
This guy is a troll, bro.
going to sleep crying,
The rest of the Guardians.
thinking about you.
This guy
Go.
is a fucking troll,
You just
bro.
banned it. Nah, I be like hugging my ABA plushie, like crying on it.
The
Saying
battle starts in
Infernasu,
5,
no, come back,
4,
please.
3,
And I be dreaming, I be playing.
2,
I'll play the rest in a bit.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'll play the rest in a bit, bro. Yo, why is my FPS so low? I'm not even over 100 FPS. Yo, my settings at reset for sure. Yeah, we're going to fix that next match.
AP behind.
Like I knew something was wrong. I was like, why is my game so vibrant? My FPS is so low. I'm supposed to play this character like this?
For 20.
Yeah, I'm barely at 60, yeah. I don't know what the fuck happened to my settings. That deserves the views. Bro, that dude's a fucking troll, bro. Every time I see his TikToks, he's just fucking trolling.
My blade seems sharp.
that through the ult.
That's full wolf.
I gotta fix my settings. My FPS is so low. What? I didn't finish adjusting my settings. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Oh. I gotta restart my game after this. I don't know, my settings just randomly changed. I didn't play today. I haven't played since last night on stream. Get on the game, my settings are just randomly different. I have to ult with this fucking rocket. Oh wait, no, this rocket is over.
Go on my face, go on my face. Come on.
You feel delayed with frame gen? No, my game feels better with frame gen. You know, it's fake frames. It used to stutter when I had it on, but it doesn't do that anymore. I think they fixed it. That shit used to definitely make me stutter though. Go save the guy. What are we doing? Shoot it. What's up, big guy? How you doing? What's up, hero? Let me make sure everything's set properly. I gotta restart my game for these two.
Enemies can become friends, but only if we show our foes respect.
Yeah, that's it.
Sayonara.
Checking my sends reset. No, my sends didn't reset. Literally only that. That's so crazy. That's so weird. Great anime?
Hey, I saw that turret.
Depends on the genre. But if it's like overall, I'm saying Naruto. Nah, I didn't look at the new JJK trailer yet.
Get that back.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
He needs to be buffed. But who needs to be buffed? If he really such a dumb character. He said BP a dumb character. I'm crying. You really okay? Yeah, I saw Hikari. They finally just showed his CT color. This shit is like teal. The jackpot. This shit is like teal. It's not just green, it's like teal. It's like yellow and like pink, kind of. Like aura. I mean, it was obviously gonna be like green money. Feeling improvement, Street Fighter 6, that's the best feeling. Feeling improvement on a fighting game. I'm dead as fuck. Oh, I'm in her head. I'm in your fucking head. I can't lie. I'm in her head. Oh my god. I'm in her fucking head, bro. She could not find me. I've had ult for so long. I don't know if they have support ult, so I didn't use it yet.
Changing. Nice. Way to get out, way to get out.
Good comms, good comms.
Shake it up.
Let it go, let it go. I like how it wins.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Double KO.
Mantis is talking the shit out of me.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
But I'm actually on fire right now.
Hitting harder than ever. Step aside.
I'm actually so locked into a different degree, bro. This is perfect satellite gameplay. I'm actually locked into a different degree.
Glory's almost yours.
Heads up, hostiles.
Need assistance.
I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die.
Good time.
Get the word. Oh.
Got stuck. I got stuck.
All good, all good, all good. Where's that? Where's that?
We got Mental, so it's winnable. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah, but invis those. I don't know.
Control lost.
So what the enemy team's complaining in chat.
Behind us.
Look at the
Your team's capture progress.
nice pull, dude.
Nice pick.
Walk mine.
BP's gonna up and mine. Careful.
Credit.
Dude, destroy the beacon. Destroy the beacon. Nice, nice, nice. BP's one. BP's one. I got him. I got him.
KO.
Oh, they're portaling.
No winner
They
yet.
still have invis ult.
Going to overtime.
At least if she has it in time. I don't know. I'm just gonna ult. Good job, guys.
Jeez, guys.
GG's.
29-0. Good shit, dude.
Thanks, thanks. Cooking. Blade feels so good right now. He feels really good.
Victory. Big win.
What about a GTA 6 marathon? Oh, am I thinking about? Am I thinking about one? I don't know. He was like, you can focus with Simpsons get on, but he struggles when using Emma. What type of yapaholic, bro? You're a yapaholic, bro. Those skins don't bother me, bro. I told you I can handle those skins. Y'all can't. I can handle those skins. Y'all can't. Hold on, let me tweet the stream out. I forgot to tweet it out. I can handle those skins. Y'all can't. Wear your tone. Wait, what? What your tone? Watch your tone? You can't even spell watch correctly. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, there we go. You can probably handle the Squirrel Girl skin. Nothing more, big dog. Squirrel Girl, ew. Can't handle that new Reed skin. The fuck are you talking about? Wait, what? Marcus online? What is Mark? Rank is Mark. Why is he GM2? Isn't he like Cell 2 the other day?
Which hero do you think
His name is Barat Game, and I'm crying.
Victory is in my sight.
They ban magic, or if we need another tank, I will go Penny Parker. So do not ban.
I don't speak that. I don't speak that.
Now,
Okay, yeah, we're losing this match.
vanish from this match.
Who's already racist? Frame one. Match just started. This guy's already racist in my ear. Did bro just say you to Squirrel Girl? I don't care what she is. You. Get away from me. Give me a second.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round one, go!
God damn it, they bounced.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I thought Oni slayed demons. This should be easy.
There's no merch. Look at what? No one can handle Lady Loki? What you talking about? What you talking about?
The battle starts in
I said no one.
4, 3.
Oh, my merch? Yeah, I don't have any merch yet. Try not to like hold left click. I'm trying to actually like aim properly.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Where'd my health go? Boba Pee-Pee.
Yo, 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 yo.
You okay?
I wanted a heal and I didn't get a heal.
Oh.
Me too.
Double ult.
Is that what's still on, bro? Are you serious? Alright, I have all. We can retake mine, but they're gonna patty cake mine. So you guys gotta kill them when they stack it.
Salak, you can ult. I'm a hold.
Never mind, Strange just ulted me. The wrong place at the wrong time. I'm ready when you guys are.
You got ult, bro. It's on you. Just let us know.
Farewell.
I'm doing it now. How the fuck does that guy vote again? What? Yo, that character is busted. What? Nah, that Star-Lord ball is so fast. Did you guys see that? Like, what? That's not crazy, no? Like, what?
Against the world.
Did you guys see how fast he got ult?
Going to overtime.
Like, Jesus Christ.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up.
He ulted twice in the time I ulted once. The Daniel's clip. Oh, I didn't finish playing the rest. Is Elsa still valid? Yes. You think Solid should be 275? No.
The enemy has arrived. A shield. Many
By the eye of Agamotto.
Son, how did that still... What?
out of sight.
Somebody want to tell me, like, why do we have a penny here? Tell me.
That is a pretty good question.
That's a good question, right? Like,
Yeah, it's valid, it's valid. I have all, but like, I mean, they started with support, so I can't really use it yet.
Like, not being toxic, right? Like, genuinely. Like,
Nah, you're not. It's a valid question. Oh, Strange can die. Or not.
Yo, and I ain't gonna lie, get off the damn pool, I ain't gonna lie. We need a support on.
Deadpool have a good chip of it. Bro, Deadpool is doing so much right now.
Can you get off of Penny Parker?
Yeah, if we switch Penny and Deadpool, we low-key just probably win. Deadpool's probably fine, but if we switch Penny, I think this is a free one. Right, there's no reason to be playing Penny offense.
Yo, oh, bro. Oh, bro, please, bro. Bro. Can we? And why is he still on Penny Parker?
Farewell.
And why are we still on Liverpool?
Yeah, like I don't know.
The current score is 1.
Sorry, you were winning so much, I didn't see the time. My bad.
Why are you
Time
still
to
on Penny
switch
Parker?
things up, including
Because I
which
want to.
side you're on.
Yeah.
It's always why do
Could make all the difference.
Why do people do this? It's so weird.
Why are
Like,
you still on
My
Venom?
mind is sharper.
because I'm doing what I need to do.
Yeah, me too, so shut the fuck up.
oh, okay.
It's always the Indians, bro.
Yo, chill. What the hell?
Are you the real Infernasu?
No, I'm not.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
No.
You do.
No, I don't.
Round 2. Go.
I'm just a sword for hire.
Yeah, it's not the Iron.
This is all so much bigger than me.
Yeah, it's Iron Fist, not gonna lie.
Out of sight. A shield. Many thanks. You're mine.
Cause why is that guy still on Penny? Well, I mean, this guy's racist as shit to him, so now he's not gonna get off Penny.
Bro, still on Deadpool.
He's not gonna
Infernasu,
switch.
can I get an autograph?
That's not
Also, I gotta report this guy. Being
Infernasu?
racist as shit.
You kind of sound like him too.
my mind.
Infernasu? Infernasu?
That's exactly the point.
The battle starts in
Infernasu?
4, 3.
We got a racist and a guy who won't swap, yeah. I mean, he's not gonna swap anymore after the racist shit he said to him. Like, what? Like, what the fuck? Why would he swap now? Like, what? Did you see what you just said to this guy? Like, what? What is wrong with you? I don't even blame him for not swapping anymore. Like, what? Imagine somebody says that shit about me playing Blade. Like, what? That shit was mad racist.
So, bro, just on Penny Parker sitting right here. Yo, I promise you, he's been 10 for 3 for like 15 minutes now, guys. There we go, 11 for 3. Oh my god. Can I get a heal? 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 White Fox, what are you doing?
What a disgrace.
Yo, White Fox, why are you up there?
This game's over. What rank am I in? G1.
I'm out of sight.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Oh wow, it's about
Good. Yo, use all.
That's 3.
that guy's still alive.
Sayonara. On to the next.
Cuphead later? I don't know. Eli's at work right now.
He stopped them in their tracks.
What a difference.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, that guy died.
Oh,
Nice.
96, that's amazing.
They found my weak spot.
Actually, that's just so winnable.
Somebody stop Poru if you can. Somebody, anybody. It's okay, just play point, play point, play point, play point, play point, play point. Watch your thing ult. I mean, watch your watch your strange ult. Watch your strange ult. Watch your strange ult.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Hell is missing every shot, damn.
By the eyes of Agamotto.
Son, what? I teleported, it didn't work.
Yo, TP.
Yeah, I got it. That's game.
Now might be a
You
good
interested
time
in watching
to
the World
stop
Cup? Nah, not at all.
Maybe if we had a support ult. Yo, why we still on Deadpool? And why is it a white positive?
Yeah, these two complain too much. Have a day on the next hero plays. Not at the moment. Not that I can think of at the moment. Yeah, there's some people here that watch the World Cup. I have no interest in it.
Counting on you, friends. Stop them in their tracks.
I've heard pretty bad over here.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Only 60 seconds left. Double KO. That's 3.
Usually satisfying.
This match is actually so winnable.
That's better.
Just like arrest us.
Watch the strange ult, please, bro. Please watch the strange ult.
Guys, when cloak ult, I'm going to use ult on her, okay? With vulnerable.
Pick, walk.
I am ready
Whoa.
to put on a show.
Nice, 2 down.
That guy's mic is so fucking loud.
Hold, just hold.
Final 10 seconds. Call me on me. Nowhere yet. Going to
Watch cloak. Cloak. Nice, bro. Nice, Benny, nice.
Oh my god, I got frozen.
Fantastic!
Maybe if we had a support ult.
1, 2.
I gotta mute that guy, bro. Holy fuck. Even for future matches, bro. I mean, he's getting avoided, but holy.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
We banned Bucky and Punisher over Star-Lord. Okay, yeah, this whole team is horrendous. Like, I don't even know how you even do that. His healing wasn't even bad. Just those two. It's literally just those two that just won't shut up. Why did he play thing into multiple projectile characters? I could not tell you, bro. I could not tell you, bro. Yo, Notch, thanks for the follow. Game? What game is this? Marvel Rivals, bro? You don't know what game this is? Be trolling? How do you not know the game? Have you never heard of Marvel Rivals? Invite people. Tired of getting target banned? How are you getting target banned? The other one's bad. Playing into 2 main support ults. You play DP instead of. I mean, yeah, but I mean his healing wasn't bad, so like I don't think that was the main issue, honestly. And the penny was. I feel like the penny was more of an issue. I don't know why we had penny there. Because we were surviving. Just that, I don't know why do we have a fucking penny into it in on defense like I don't know. Defense on payload mode, game mode, and we're running penny. It just doesn't. I don't know. I mean, Iron Fist was like 3 games in a row. You getting target banned? Just hide your profile, bro. Are you not hiding your profile and wondering why you're getting target banned? Hide your profile, bro. Hide that profile. Oh, let me see. Let me show you the rest of the thing.
Praying to the stars. Big bro, why you abandoning us? Every night I hug my ABA plushie.
This guy is a troll, bro.
Going to sleep crying. Thinking about you. The GOAT.
Bro, what?
You just vanished. Nah, I be like hugging my ABA plushie, like crying on it. Saying, Infernasu, no, come back, please. And I be dreaming. I be praying to the stars. It's not gonna happen, like, Son. I know, but like, huh?
Son.
Yo.
Lock in.
Nah, I'm locked. What you mean?
No, you're not.
Save the world. I love my job.
You're gonna be asking me this if it was locked in. Just switch it.
I'm winning this for you, big bro. This one for you.
Can I play Widow? Let's see if you win it. If you really about it, you can carry me while I'm on Widow.
Go Widow, go Widow,
He
go
said,
Widow.
oh, hell no. He's capping out his mind.
What you mean? I got you.
One raccoon skin hat. Yikes.
Can I ask you a question?
Technically, I ain't a raccoon, but
Yo.
Who did you play?
tells me I should
Media in Discord? Not right now. I can't.
Karisagu, Misaka, Illumi,
4,
and
3, 2,
Grimjow.
1.
Okay, those are valid characters. I was gonna be. They said Kiritsugu diabolical. Yeah, I must have forgot I played Kiritsugu.
I don't really feel like that.
It's alright, Sinead. Okay, Grimjow, he almost lost it with Grimjow. Because that motherfucker was Thanos for so long, bro. I used to ban Grimjow all the time, and I went to Stark, and I went back to Grimjow.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bro, Grimjow when he was broke, when he first got reworked, that shit was
Don't play
busted.
like
When you're fighting for your nature and your dream, losing simply
that. It's like the map like that.
enemy in front of us. That should make a difference. Right on target.
What?
You do.
All back here, you pushed up. Wait.
I'm good to go.
Like headshot, man.
Venom on me.
Got some fight.
Venom.
Propulsion beam.
And they got 3 divers dying.
More of us.
Be your best self.
New Overwatch character got you in a chokehold.
Maximum impact.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Character is pretty cool.
Back left, behind. Back left.
Oh, it's the same guy on Star-Lord. Yeah, I gotta ban Star-Lord. Holy shit.
Switch now, bro. Like, why?
I'm actually about to start banning Star-Lord. This fucking character's so annoying.
I'm an
Clearly, it's
X-Man.
not working.
We always come back.
Yeah, anti-dive. They got fucking 3 of them.
I'm gonna start banning Star-Lord. That works.
I might just go 30 DPS. But I don't really care.
That should make a difference.
Just ran them down. Just ran down 2 people.
Thanks for the boost. Right on target. Judge, jury,
Disappear! There's still a chance to stop them.
I'm gonna just touch with out portal. If you can make it. Never mind. This.
I'll make it. I'll make it.
Alright, someone else stop support. Someone else stop. What the fuck? Why am I not stopping support?
It's unlucky, goddammit.
still got some fight left in me.
No one else went for it. That was so winnable.
Bro, like, why do I get egotistical players on my team every
Now,
single
my
time?
team, their time to stop
That was so winnable. We just needed that support.
Like, I just don't feel like playing this game after I get these shitty teammates, bro.
Saying this while on Jeff is wicked.
Not a lot of times.
Saying this on Jeff is wicked with no team ups.
Help me fight them on an off angle, please.
Better stop that vehicle.
Punish your right.
Our enemies are here. Maximum impact.
Punisher's still there. Iron Fist on me.
Blasting through. I'll always have your back.
Punch on right if anyone wants to kill him.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Don't give them another inch, or else.
They have a Star-Lord? The Star-Lord's gonna kill that Punisher.
Better stop that vehicle. Disappear! The current score is
It's not good.
0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
That is
You'll
not
need a
good.
top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
Good luck on the off angle. Good luck.
Round 2, go!
Oh man, oh man, oh man. I know what you're talking about. Drop the user and just ask. But what about? Add people. Oh, you talking about the summer thing? Yeah, you just add people in your slots. In your friends list, yeah. And they just accept it, that's it.
At last, the prodigal son has returned. Thanks for taking point while I was out of commission, Eric. I can handle things from here. Charles may have chosen you to uphold his legacy, Scott, but I was there when his dream began. I suppose the professor
Oh, they trying to surrender.
peacefully
4,
coexist.
3.
Gonna get in my slots. I have no friends, just add me.
All you need to do is capture the
Out of
mission
games,
area.
I hopped on and lost 6 games in a row, so I rage quit. Damn.
It is in the end
The games are okay.
that we succeed this day, and so we shall.
This one's looking like a loss, though.
That one hurts.
Heal me up, please. Heal me up, please.
I'm hit. Cover me.
That should make a difference.
A nice deep breath. You need me.
Great.
Thanks for the boost. Need some help.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Get an Overwatch stream? I just did one like a few days ago. What? You're not gonna get another one for like probably months.
Oh, that's on me. Fuck.
I literally just did one a few days ago and I uploaded an Overwatch video yesterday, bro.
So I was flying stopping the result. Hold up.
You had shot me.
Reset. Let's reset.
Ban you on Twitch? Hell no. I don't know what you did, but you'll not.
I'm hurt. Now it's showtime. You're halfway there. Keep going. Disappear!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Bro, if you don't leave my chat with the GPO shit, bro. Like, why would you type that knowing that I don't play that game?
Come here and let me help. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Like, bro, what?
A nice deep
Respect the dedication. I don't respect it. I'm about to ban his ass. I don't respect it. I'm about to ban his ass.
We got portals. What's going on?
Ask me stupid questions, please. Ban Loki kind of messed up, and he's not gonna actually get banned for it. He's getting shot.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, they're down here. They're down there. Come on.
That should make a difference.
Oh my god, bro. This fucking character's so annoying, bro. He just stalls like crazy.
Live there.
That unusually
Nice.
If the battle's not done, neither am I. Judge, jury, executioner!
What?
Struggle in the back, watch out.
No, their comp is actually just stall.
Oh, Brandon is throwing cap and fucking ultimate.
An annoying comp. It's just stall on stall on stall on stall.
Keep up the momentum. Over here. I can heal you.
Sheesh. Hey, go ahead, David. I'll watch me play some rivals. Our spawn's right there. It doesn't matter.
Get off, buddy.
Still got some fight left in me. Ready to go full force. Right on target. Protection goes a long way.
Got White Fox ult, so shit. That ult is so ass, bro.
Executioner!
Only 60 seconds left. Sorry, no escaping. Don't let anything stand in your way.
She was faster. She would have saved me.
Get off Spider-Man. You haven't run a single pick in the last 2 fights.
The final 10 seconds.
Cyclops are all geek. Top 3 experiences. That's crazy. How you feel like Yujiro and Tekken? He's gonna be cool, but I don't really think I'm gonna play him. But it's a cool addition. It's not my type of character, that's for sure. Huh. Definitely not my type of character, that's for sure. Okay, let's see. I don't know what these guys are doing. I'm just getting ridiculous teammates. And this guy plays Star-Lord every match. Chris, bro. Getting tanks with no thumbs.
My domain will one day encompass all souls.
Ready for combat.
Oh yeah, I gotta pull up the slam. Final day of the slam is today. That box? What is? He's fighting Shine and Jake and Big.
Oh, other side went for the throw. The Grimm's assist actually did make it with 2H attempt. It is a no-go, but he finds a little low off the Hasagi.
In my sight.
Wait,
Yeah,
can
sounds
I
good.
play
I think
Cyclops?
So J3.
I wouldn't stress it too much.
I'm like a crazy Cyclops. Like I'm low-key him.
This first to
Cyclops.
2.
Finish for this match.
Usually I try to keep it
I-
updated on the bottom where we
my
are in the
second
bracket.
character
It's
is
not
Rocket.
winners
Don't
finals.
say I'm
'Cause
Rocket.
We were gonna run
Please.
for winners finals, but now this is the losers
No
finals.
rocket. No rocket.
This is winners finals.
No rocket. No rocket.
Winners finals is being run right now as well.
I need to see the bracket. I wonder if
We'll have to take a
Dafo's
look at
team is
that
winning.
in just a bit. See how Fumi and Coefficient
Oh my
are
god,
doing
bro,
up
they're
against
target
USU
banning me.
X.
They know who I am. They're using the tracker. They paid $10 and they saw my
Shine in a bad
and
spot
they
here,
won.
but that's the start.
The hell is this?
Yeah, I mean, if Shine wins this and Fumi loses her match, they could play
What is
against
this?
each other. The
Advanced.
level 3 rip.
Oh, wait. Can I see the team scores?
Gotta do it.
Damn, I missed the first round. Damn.
Yeah, they got such an early start, and then when Jake died, it just came down to Shine, and Grims and Boxbox did a great job running out the clock.
Oh, it's a separate
Playing nice and passive. No
format
reason to
for
overcommit
each
because
beginners and advanced
obviously they
player.
have the
Oh,
lead,
that's
has the hit
interesting.
once again. Got to be a break soon. No, he drops the combo. One thing
I like
about
this
Vi
today.
is when she's hitting you, you can wait to break until you see if she hits the electric or not.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
I like how Shine was
Shadow
playing
House
out
in
on the
first,
ground, man.
yeah.
Some nice block on the overhead.
Frodan
Good
and
defense
Defi
overall.
3-0
Jake and
rated
Big.
some dang
Yo,
games, damn.
okay. The parry.
Amazing defense from him, and then Boxbox gets the pair.
Yeah, Diphone's team is cooking.
Yeah, we got this shit.
We'll
Light
die from
work.
that.
Round 1, go!
It appears some timelines feature a very different version of me.
Of course, Daddy.
Oh, bro, not solo tank Venom. This is not good.
Becoming
at
in
all.
30
Wait,
seconds.
where's the Penny
Stay strong.
Parker gamers?
Penny Parker. Oh, nah.
In Japan,
Where's my Penny
That's
Parker?
been played by
I want
me.
my Penny Parker.
Oh, Groot, I
the
guess.
most famous
I want my
nine-tailed
penny
fox.
Thought we were gonna
You know
dive.
her story.
Of course.
Wait, I want Penny Parker.
of my kin.
I can't really call sister because they're gonna have traps.
Penny go
A
crazy.
cautionary tale, then.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh, we're gonna struggle with the wall break, aren't we? Maybe it will
I haven't stopped it. You can't grab me right now. What's your group? Well,
That was so low.
Alright, we're gonna wanna get some wall break. And we're gonna wanna probably get off our own reach. Winnable.
Farewell.
Unlucky.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
just trying to grab one of you guys over and over. I need to break the wall first, so.
There's kind There's a Wolverine behind us.
Oh, we run arrows real quick. See ya. Bro, this is actually annoying. Yeah, both first supposed to have wolves.
Like Fox, I'll go first. Oh, baby, there's no love in that. At least they do this.
Third band?
Yeah, they're doing group Blade.
We need a lot of things, bro. We're not doing anything, to be honest. We're just dying.
Even trying to break the group.
Well, we have a fan base. Not built for
Yeah,
that.
exactly. So why the fuck aren't they switching? That's exactly my point.
I don't know, bro. You know how DPS goes deep.
That's why I said it's Punisher not banned, because why the fuck are we not on Punisher? He's not banned.
Yeah.
What's up,
but
depression?
Unfortunately, when life gives you lemonade, you gotta make plans.
They look like they need
Nice, they're down here.
Racing car little. We'll pass it down.
Good shot.
I'll get to him.
Great team.
One way to put it.
Just complaining a lot. But man, rightfully so though. We have nothing for group wolves.
I will ulster.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Careful, you're off the sniper. Go big. Big and cool.
I am ready to put on a show.
God damn it. I just switch weapons. This character is still not nerfed. So annoying, bro. That Groot has been top tier for how many seasons now, and he just does not get any changes. I don't get it. The character that literally forces you, it has a team white ult that costs 2,800 and forces you to switch characters to counter him. And he's still very playable when you do that too. It's actually so dumb. I don't know how this character's not nerfed yet.
Huge. No more. I lied.
Oh my goodness, bro.
That was funny. I didn't want to ult with that.
Yeah, she got his ult in time. I was trying to ult before Mag got his ult in time.
Wolf got me off the map.
Oh no. We win this anyway, I think. Careful, Hella.
Wolf tanks dead, careful.
We keep you alive, Hella. You're the king.
Ooh, lordy.
They're just gonna lose every time when there's subset with no pressure on them.
The current score is 0.
Why are we losing this?
3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is
No,
sharp.
don't do it.
My mind is sharper.
Honestly, if a tank is comfortable solo tanking, you can DPS.
What did he say? Oh, we're doing 3 EPS now. Okay. Tier 6 pre-orders open on June 25th. What a time to be alive. June 25th. I like the box art.
Round 2, go!
The box art is nice.
It appears some timelines feature a
If you guys didn't see it, it's the box art.
different version of me.
The game box art. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I'm getting it digitally, but still.
Get ready.
Cool box art, I'd say.
You, you're the hunter who took me captive and delivered me to the collector.
Even though I don't think it's a good comp, we probably should have just done this to begin with.
Some games box arts just aren't good.
For heroes.
That one's actually pretty good.
I'm certain it was you. My order is sharp. My wolf.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They're probably gonna penny or some shit.
Got it?
Like right now, it's Gym 1.
Back in the game. I was born ready.
Oh my fucking god, I can't believe I didn't get healed there. Where's our front line?
Do you want to do it?
No, we have 1 tank.
We're all gonna be dive.
No, if we're just running full dive, then yeah, I'll just play solo gun. It's an off angle. Sit in the front of his blade and just die.
We need to walk in when our venom is distracting them in the back like that. Let's go, guys. Venom making space. We got him.
Fucking 2 of them on me for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah. I know you guys are not on tank, but you guys have to go forward. That's the one that fell off. Not right now, but like when our venom this stuff. Because we don't have another tank.
There's fucking mess in here, bro. Can't go in there.
I am ready to put on a show.
He's just gonna get every single health back. Okay, like, what's the point, man?
That's good kill.
That's huge. That's huge. They have nothing. After this. We win this. Don't die.
What? My ult just fucking voided. Like, what? My ult basically voided. Like, alright. The super. Let's go to raid. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate the raid. How was your stream? You having a good stream? I'm having a bad day, but games are okay, I suppose. Games are okay, I suppose.
Yeah, I would have thought my beacon would have gotten you.
Okay. played a Pokemon tournament? Oh, that sounds fun.
That is one thing to start with all this.
How'd that go?
Teamwork every time it's come.
Can I get a heal, bro? Oh my god. Oh man, I need a heal, bro. I just can't get healed. It's like I'm just dying to Magneto over and over. Like I'm just, my healers are right behind me too. Ooh, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Wait, what a bad day. Don't worry about it.
Is that true?
Oh, he gets his group. Tag one, nice.
I did not expect to find you up, big god.
Vehicle reached a
I'm gonna go make dinner.
Keep up the momentum.
See you, dude. It went okay. I got better at the game. Oh, nice. Yeah, competitive Pokemon's fun. I used to do it a little bit. Yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for the raid again. I appreciate it. They're gonna soulbound my ult.
I am ready to put on a show.
They're popping everything, whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna soulbound my ult. That's what they got on that character.
They have no healer ults now.
Yeah, they're gonna soulbound my ult though. We gotta get the soulbound first.
Trying to beat out the soulbound.
Far away behind you.
I don't give up so easily. Step aside.
Hope I make the cut! 1,000 gods!
I can't see the
Just kill his blade. He's like literally one HP.
Careful, guys. You're
They use their soulbound yet or what? Yeah, he's not using it. They still didn't use their soulbound, huh? Alright, fuck, I'm just gonna do it. Actually, hard counters my character.
Two down. Tag one, get him. Cap on point, quick. Guys, cap on point, we need to move. That bitch move. And this is gonna fall first. I'm just focusing.
Hope I make the cut!
Nice.
The current score is 3-2.
So hard to play Solak here.
We got more time.
I can soulbound my ult.
Nah, we have
The gunner soulbound my ult.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My old edge is sharp. My mind is sharper.
We're on attack again, right? On defense, are we gonna do the same thing, or are we gonna try to?
Even on defense on this map, dive's pretty good.
Alright.
Round 3, go!
Enemies can become friends. but only if we
Hopefully
show
we
our
just
full
plays
like fucking
Senna,
5 points.
and he plays like a few other characters.
Is it worth portaling
He
at
plays
the
Senna a
beginning?
lot,
Senna
and I
versus
think
Fumi?
maybe he's thinking he wants a little bit
It'll be
more
a funny
like,
match.
crap in him.
30 seconds before you
Yeah, no, let's
get ready.
Yo, Jack, thanks for the follow.
No, you're right.
risky. I'd rather
Good luck.
save it.
Appreciate it.
We talked about this like the first day.
Listen, forever haven't seen you in a while. Wait, you see, yo, and forever haven't seen you in forever. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Well, I've been doing pretty good. Today I'm having a bad day, but appreciate you stopping by.
Ooh, isn't that good in this comp?
How you doing?
Someone like, even Luna, you could heal someone Snowflake at least.
Mission area. Got it?
There a side skin? Wait, festival one?
You have 2-1.
He's dead. Magic. Beautiful.
When 3 DPS and a Venom just show up in your back line all at once, what are you really doing?
Rings in hand.
Strange.
Should I play Sonic in the Secret Rings on stream?
But that probably means they wasted portal.
The game is buggy as hell, I remember. Playing that Sonic 06. Definitely is an old ass game though, that's for sure.
Careful, give him a little bit of space. Down.
We got Rose. In the back.
That was like, they'll grab me. It'll be fine. Oh, I wasn't fine, I need yours. That fucking thing slammed, but let's go.
I got grabbed him. This would be funnier. That game is so ass though.
Current score is 4, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
It's a reignition project. So I'm missing a couple of levels.
They're probably gonna keep the magic. They might even do full dive like us.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Must come down. Don't touch the ground.
Sonic game is goated. The best Sonic game. Sonic Heroes.
Love my job.
Goated.
I was born ready. Slice and dice.
Should have played dog shit on stream.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
My agents have been keeping a close eye on you since you returned to action. You've made quite the impact.
Always do. Question is, are you gonna let me do my thing? Or stand in my way?
I assure you, I'm here to help Mr. Brooks. Tigers are
The battle starts in 5,
Well, you're
4,
no fucks.
3, 2,
Jump back.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
That's okay. Those are different.
Hold, Emma.
Got in the back. Magic is low in the back. Two in the back. They're gonna try to pull you.
I locked the back.
As good as new. Found one of them.
A lot.
Yeah, honestly, just fuck their back line. I'll just walk up with you guys.
Can't just let them eat their cap.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna find a cap.
I was born ready. Taste cold steel.
Do I force you? Is that the question?
The final 10 seconds.
Yeah, probably.
I think I do. Somebody go healer. We're down healer.
It wasn't low.
I'm gonna wait a second for everybody to respawn.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
What the fuck?
Big brutal.
Disappear!
1,000 gods!
Are you serious? Oh, how they not die there? They're inside my whole end. Blade ult.
Yeah, we're up sepults. They use Sue. We should win this. Just don't die stupid. Make sure you can touch. I'm really far.
That was a big blade ult too. People hate Sonic Heroes? I don't know anyone that hates Sonic Heroes.
No fucking way.
Did he just not touch?
We're up so many ults. GG.
He probably got pushed. Probably got pushed. What it is? Yo, what's up, Saucy? I gotta check something. I think the kill feed is messed up on TikTok. Oh no, it's showing properly, I think.
Knew I saw trouble.
Double kill! That's 3!
I had you in my sights. Right on target!
Wow, 4 in a row!
There we go.
6 in a row! Way to go!
Need optic blast.
There we go. Okay. Let's go play. What's popping? What do you mean what's popping? Just chilling. Just chilling. Hmm. 29 on Punisher. Play some of that 2021 Yeet. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely play some copyright music for YouTube chat there. I'm gonna just do that.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from
Wonder who's number one on that leaderboard. Is it still Kingsman?
Don't do that.
Boy, Kingsman. His chat is literally just spamming charge. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be Kingsman. That is. Oh, he's number 2 right now. Evil Lish. What the fuck is this? Is their chat spamming it too? Yep. Yeah, this event is weird. How is it supposed to work? Whoever gets number 1 gets like 500 gifted or something, like, or 1,000 or something. Or maybe I think the top 2 gets 50 gifted or something, or maybe 500. I don't know. It's, I was gonna do this event, but like, I don't feel like it. They're just spamming charge. That shit is crazy. It's hilarious. All my Cyclops got banned. I played Blade this much.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
How the games? Games are pretty buns. Games are pretty buns. YouTube has songs. This isn't copyright. Sonic music. This is from the first stage of Sonic Heroes.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That's a mighty big sword for such a young lady.
The soul sword.
A mighty big sword for such a young lady.
As the queen of limbo.
Well, if you happen to have another to spare, Your Majesty.
You want one? Conquer your own demonic netherworld.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This place is not empty. It's waiting.
Ow! That fucking hurt!
Stream style seems like a bad luck charm. Is it? Is it really?
As good as new.
Damage sustained. Need assistance. What have we here?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
Running full dive. I'm about to ult this. I'm about to ult this. Walk up. Walk up. Walk up. I'm about to ult. Oh lord, he was backpedaling, shooting me. We got him.
I was born ready.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Armed and justice is execution! You're welcome. Some things you just can't control, Fox.
Oh man, I gotta make another beacon?
Don't let them take this place from us.
The area's almost yours. Control lost. Be your best self.
I could use this.
Oh, here they are now. You're welcome.
They found my weak spot.
That hurt.
It's clobbering time! I was born ready.
Hey, I'm a win.
I'm cutting in.
I think they cook like that.
Control C's.
I think they're gonna portal. I'm gonna ult the portal. I can't equip the DD badge. Why not? Well, why are you not able to equip it? They'll come back. They're portaling. They're portaling. Come back.
As good as new.
I like this. Nowhere yet. Going to
Oh, that's
overtime.
cool.
1,000 guards! Us against the world!
I guess.
Enjoy the amplifier!
I'm cutting in!
Why is my E not on? What the? That's weird. Why is that even a thing? I don't know why you can like. That's so weird. My E wasn't on. I don't know why that's even a thing. Like, why can't you use your sword without your E on anyway? Like, it shouldn't even be an option. Because why the fuck would you not want your E on? There's like no reason to ever. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get why they added it like that. Anyways, let me pull up the Sage Gem Slum again.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Combo.
ready.
But was the right attempt. Oh, Shine with the punish.
Definitely got
This
these.
is losers finals. Fumi versus Shine. Fumiko Fish versus Jake and Bacon Shine.
I like the little tick throw
Ooh,
setup.
nice.
was that?
Let's go.
Tick throw, neutral jump, rolls back to the corner. That was tight.
I've literally never seen that in my life. I've never seen the tentacles smack them back into the corner for a cross up like that.
It's pretty cool.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We fight as allies.
Yeah. Is there a custom badge tab? It should definitely work. Did your 8 hours carry over from yesterday or 7 or did your hours carry over from yesterday? It should have. I imagine it would. Yeah. Okay, nice. No Tekken taken away, man.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
This guy's actually playing fucking Penny, bro. So annoying.
They captured the mission area.
Back in the game.
Go to my blade? Is that what you mean? On both games.
Back in the game.
Armed and dangerous. Again.
Yeah, these guys love combo ulting. They never all alone. They always use 2 ults at a time.
Armed and dangerous.
They always use 2 at a time. They never solo ult.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Back in the game.
Now it's showtime.
I'll patch you up.
Now it's showtime. It's the grand finale. With you.
Us against the world.
Judge, jury,
He has ult again?
executioner.
How the fuck does this guy have ult again?
Hell yeah. 1,000 gods.
Wow. And then all inverted.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Back in the game.
Armed and dangerous. Again.
They're a DC. I think they're cloak DC. I could be wrong though, but I think they're cloak DC. He's like walking in place. SGDC, no? Y'all saw that, right?
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
The cloak is still not there.
Snack time already? Spiders. Disgusting. Took out those nasty spiders. Enjoy the amplifier. By the eye of Agamotto. Judge, jury, executioner. Hell yeah.
Control lost. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Slice and dice.
A nice deep freeze.
1,000.
Wow. Oh my goodness, bro. So annoying. So annoying, bro.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Tired as hell. Good night, dude.
I'm cutting in.
Times 8.
Once again against her nemesis here. She
30
escapes.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Light him up.
A little fadeaway JH too. Super assist.
My dream come true. This isn't
Just flying up in that air, trying to threaten something. She has a lot of meter to work with. She's gonna have Fury as well. Nice. Okay.
The battle starts in 5.
Jump back.
but now
Wait for the
you're
air
in the
throw.
3, 2,
But now you're in the corner. Throws out.
all you need to do is capture the mission area.
Let's go.
Got it?
2x today? Maybe around midnight, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. The end of the stream. I was playing 2x off stream yesterday. At the end of stream. After I ended stream, I did some editing and then I played 2x. I found a corner combo I want to learn with Akali. Remember when I said I was trying to find one? That I wanted to learn. I found one, but it's kind of hard. I mean, she's a hard character. I think she's the hardest character in the game, but yeah, it's kind of hard. I think I got like the start of it down, I think, but like the ender is just the hard part. I mean, there's an easier ender I can do, but it's one of her crazy corner routes.
Ready. Here come the bad guys. Fear that
Fucking head. What? How did she grab me through the... Isn't that a bug? The bubble didn't CC me. It's the bubble cleanses, no? It didn't CC immune me. I'm not crazy, right? That's supposed to do that, no? What? When you get bubbled by mag, it cleanses, no? Or does it not cleanse? Oh god, that guy got deleted.
Here they come.
I'm about to jump down there and all.
1,000 gods!
How many days are left? Is it 26, man? If I remember correctly, yesterday I said 6, so it should be like 5 now, I think.
Silver bullet.
I'll check for you after this. If you remind me at the end of the match, I can check for you.
Armed and dangerous. Again. Again.
This is just run, I guess. This just ran.
I was born ready. Again.
Coming in fast.
So it was your birthday? Was it actually your birthday or are you trolling?
Keep an eye on this spot.
It is. Happy birthday. Is that Angela behind us?
Judge, jury, executioner. You're not in this alone.
You got them all.
They're gonna portal. I'm gonna ult the portal. Just like kill anyone that comes out of it.
Be strong together. It's ours. We're in control.
I gotta find where they put it first. So give me a second.
Going to overtime.
Good job, guys.
He's down here.
It's the grand finale.
I should delay it a little bit more. Just a little bit, maybe. I used to do it perfectly, but they definitely halted before jumping in. They sat in the spawn. Didn't jump in instantly. They like sat there. You saw that? Where's my present? My birthday present for a birthday party? That's on my birthday. What the? Present? For me? I have nothing to give. I have nothing to give. 616, yeah, I got you. What is it at? I'm blind? What? Does it not pop up here? Where is it? Wait, it's not at the thingy anymore. But the UI is so crowded. Oh, here it is at the top. Yeah, 6 days left. Yeah, 6 days. Point in buying this Phoenix skin. I like the matching sprays they have. Matching sprays they have is sick. You have to grow a new future to replace the one you just cut away. You have to water with your heart's blood. Damn. What is this title thingy saying? Use the key to power up the cornovium samples to levels that would make our goals attainable. Damn. So Ryu? What's up? how does this work? They just play the game? They just play the game and you get rewards. C-beam. Fuck. Demon swordfish? Reference to white man is either twink random picks or BB no money? Not always like that. I see what you mean though. Phoenix? What the hell? A phoenix is crazy. Another demon swordfish. Oops. Anything else in here I want? No, I guess I should get the emote. The rest of this event is dead to me. Unobtained. Huh, I wonder what this fish is. Oh, it's legendary. How have I not seen that one yet? Use the rest of my thing. Claw common. It's not that. I think this is the last one I have. C-beam. Unlucky. Unlucky. Oh, was there something I was gonna do before I queued another match? I don't think so. I'm trying to play Cyclops, but he just keeps getting banned. It's not even like I'm getting streamed sniped or nothing. The character's just so strong, everyone's just banning him. Not my team, it's the enemy team, they just keep banning him. No, that new JJK trailer was fire. Not a duo? Sure. Yeah, not even online. Not even online.
I see. Didn't panic, just parry.
Good damage. Hard tags in Wooly as well. I've played these games before.
Wow.
Cool match. Yeah.
Tag after the shoulder. Oh.
Oh, looking for the wake up. Finds the throw. Almost on blood as well. Ooh, that's got to be a break. Nice anti-air from Shine. Oh, this actually hit both.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay, wait a minute. Shine and Jake and Bake. Hold on.
So annoying, bro. I hate Aloy.
And there's the hard tag back to everybody putting their teammate in danger. Double assist. There's a game for Shine and Jake.
Okay, it ain't over just yet. I will say, Jake and Bake definitely starting to step out on the front lines. You can see him starting to matter a lot more to some of these matches right now.
Yeah, he's holding the line. That's the thing, is
bands.
because a lot of this is Warwick doing demon flips, trying to walk up and be tricky in the air, and then Wooly's calling back assist to cover the ground. So it's tough to stay solid and play ground and footsies against that. So I like that we're seeing an adjustment from both Shine and Jake to play around that. Air throw reset, combo in the corner. Oh, gets the counter hit.
I love the tag full screen steal.
Oh, wait, this is grand finals?
Hit as well.
Yeah, CY and Wooly. They're going crazy.
Knocked down into the tag launcher.
Overhead.
Yeah, that's Diaphone's team right there. CY and Wooly.
Oh, this is not looking good.
Oh, a little late on the tag.
Wait, so how do the scores work? I don't get it.
So they did their best.
Oh, these are the
Wow.
The kill.
My man waited in the bushes. It was like, soon as you come down here.
Do the number one teams just play each other from the losers? Well, not losers, from the
leg. That point.
From the advanced side, because advanced day 3, that's what we're watching right now. Beginners day 3, Diaphone's team 1-3-0. Oh my god.
There it is.
2-0.
Wave clear with the S1. Just get rid of all the tentacles out there.
Is it scores, I guess?
Switches.
This is not how like the format for the other slams went.
Constantly the overhead to make you second guess on defense. Wooly in trouble.
That's one as well. Tentacle's gonna smack into the corner. Breaking here's top. That's a first.
Duels we placed in the right wrist in their total points and the respective duels pairings face off.
Oh, he had the tech roll chase. He didn't believe in the grab actually. Nice challenge from time. Sweep.
Again.
Darius got out of these. Looking scary. Ow.
Oh no.
Oh, nice save right there.
Wait a minute. I'm out of the corner. Had the hit but didn't believe.
Oh, he's gonna chip him.
Trying to chip him out.
Time to turn on the animals by Maroon 5, baby. I'm praying on.
Overhead.
Oh,
no, wait. Oh, I'm about to say, why he?
The drop opportunity, and that is the Spectres once again.
Spectres won both sides. Damn, they won the.
A second bracket today.
They won beginners bracket and advanced bracket. Yo, his team is stacked. Yeah, Diaphone's team is stacked. Yeah, he got a really good team. Can I make a Cyclops meme? Why not? Because I'm actually playing him. Nice try, Joey. Nice try. You didn't think I'd actually be playing him? Yeah. You streamed today? Did you not stream on Fridays or something? What's today? Yeah, it's Friday. I did play some Street Fighter. Oh, cool. Are you playing Ingrid now? Hey, Dwayne, thanks for the follow. Let's go them. Between Ingrid and Cameo. I'm back to Cameo for Tifa practice. I don't know if they're gonna play the same because Tifa's gonna be using materia. 100% she's gonna be using materia and shit. And I don't know, who knows what type of materia they're gonna give her. Some gravity, fire, who fucking knows. She's gonna use some crazy shit. She definitely won't be slow though, that's for sure. But I can kind of see it.
That should make a difference.
About that turbo, that's what's up. That turbo is really good.
By the eye of Agamotto! How are the odds?
Oh, it's a free trial?
The professor didn't train
I knew that turbo free trials was pretty cool. Damn. Team up shreds. Does that team up on just punching the crap out of me.
I don't give up quite that easy.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I'm hit. Ready to go full force.
How did I not hit him? What? Did you guys see that? Wow. That Cyclops was right in it. How did I not hit him? That's BS.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, as much as I don't want to say it, we Gambit.
Yeah, we gotta play this Gambit. Character's too damn good, bro. Like, this is so winnable with a Gambit.
Bro, somebody either learns Gambit on the spot or like that's all that's literally killing us.
I mean, I tried to ban it, but we didn't ban it for some reason. Yo, shoot that. Don't let her do that, bro. Okay. I don't know. like I had it 1 HP. Like, just literally one person. Like, are you serious, man?
Yeah, both. Wait. Yo, Gambit first. Alright, push hard. Yo, cap. Low key, we saw all before, what's his name? Ended.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I'm a little frustrated.
Shields up.
Yeah, it's not gonna kill anyone.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Yeah, not banning Gambit and like not having someone that plays it. Like, it's so stupid, bro.
2, 0.
You should be banning Gambit if you're not gonna play it. Like, I don't get it.
Things up, including which side you're on.
Comes to our supports, like, if none of them know how to play Gambit, why would you leave that thing open? Why would you leave Gambit open if you know how to play them? It's just so silly. Wait, is the slime over? Like, how does this bracket work? What am I looking at now?
No, these teams are actually crazy. These are raw tournament matches right now. And
Yo,
like,
this format is so confusing. I don't know what they're even playing anymore.
Just so Timo ain't that comfortable. What a pickup off of the tag already.
Grand Finals, 3-1. Wait, so what the fuck am I watching? I'm so confused. Winner semis, best of 3. What?
Says no dice, spins the break. Big pickup.
I'm so lost. I don't get the format.
Damn, it's a big difference in how some of these guys use break.
Our people have always had a knack for making dramatic returns, Remy. Even before Krakoa.
Red Ditto. Formerly.
Here's this gym one.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jeez, this character is busted.
Thanks for the boost.
Almost one shot him again. F-Box for the swimsuit skin. Are we gonna have to pop balloons for that too, or what?
Still got propulsion beam.
Probably will.
Should have folded, Remy. Maximum impact. Extreme core. Thanks for the boost.
Better stop that vehicle.
Right on target. I don't give up quite that easy.
I don't know, man.
Yo, Angela, do you know
Now
Rogue?
might be a good time to stop them.
Force boost. That should make a difference.
Our magic is 6 and 7. Like, I don't know. Oh my god. Yes, part. Thanks for the 220. I appreciate it, man. I don't know what to do. If I'm basically the only DPS.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
Yeah, they're dying. Yeah, best game.
Right on target.
They traded halfway. Stop them.
FPP.
Thanks for the boost.
Cyclops diff. Diff. Do you see what this team is like? He doesn't even have ace on this team. I've killed him so many times. It's a team diff of doom.
Got my eye on some unwelcome guests.
Look at Rogue. Come on.
Heal me up, please.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Right on target.
Getting close to full force.
Wait, Rogue. Dive in with Max. Yeah. You have Infernasu?
Need some help.
Get out, Rogue.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Double KO. Wonder they call you mad. You got them all.
Yo, they still have Loka and they're coming up on Gambit. Yo, Rogue. I need you to do something insane, and I need.
Look who we got here.
Not right now. Probably when we have Gambit.
Thanks for the boost.
Or like, yeah, around when we have Gambit.
Well,
This is
Maximum impact.
Oh my god. Yeah, she focused me. I couldn't even get the ult. She ran past the entire team and went straight to me. She ran past her entire team and went straight to me.
Give it that, give it that. Give it, just survive, just survive. Ah, you're dead. No, it's okay. Thank you. Alright, come on, walk on. Never mind. Do not walk, do not walk, do not walk. Cyclops, you get it fixed, but otherwise just stay back.
Thanks for the boost.
Alright, yo, we're coming up on my we have Cyclops. And we are nowhere to send that man.
Only 60 seconds left.
Not all.
Oh! You got it! Yeah, you pick one side,
Right now, cards.
Keep me up.
This match is over, bro.
Nick, please save us here. This is literally all this is all I need. Yo, wait. We're almost go back. Oh my god, wait. Save me. Yo, we have almost both supporters coming back up. Almost both coming back up. Nah, nobody died.
No winner yet.
Yo, heal each other.
Overtime.
Yo, end this. End this. You all first. Oh, never mind. Yo, GG.
Final score, 2-1.
Team Diff for Doom. God, dude. Almost lost that.
Another epic victory.
Actually, almost lost that. Okay. Wait, so what am I watching?
Two throws, air dash this time, got your head into.
Are they like fighting for third place or something?
Almost made it. Temo's head was in the
That's
way.
I'm assuming because I don't know what I'm looking at.
That's way too high.
Wait, what?
Oh shit.
Didn't they already win? They got first place in both thingies. I'm so confused. What the fuck is happening? Elite. Oh, it's Elite Day 3. Oh.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yes, but they still need to play the rest of the games. Got it. So it's point based.
Nice.
Don't ban Cyclops. I'm gonna play Cyclops. Yeah, they won already. There's just no way they lose. Their points are just too high. That's why I was like, what the fuck are we looking at? They have 537 points. Like, Diaphone's team won already. Like, they got first place in Advanced Day 3, and they got first place in Beginner Day 3. But I guess the coaches have to play, which is Elite Day 3. That's an interesting format. It's points based. Damn, so that's actually much better actually, because your matches from round robins actually matter. Because when we did the slams, your round robins didn't matter. It literally did not matter at all. All that mattered was the final day. Oh, I still blame it. It's finally a D2. Oh, congrats. Yo, Ali, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It didn't matter, but now it matters.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, the chat's locked for follower only? Oops. My bad. I didn't know the chat was locked to follower only.
Victory is in my sight.
If you think it'd be cool if Rebels used a season to go back and rework some older characters, sure, I'd be down for that. You can take a season to just balance the damn game.
Yeah, back, I guess. Round 1, go! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I've met many Supremes before, Strange. What makes you?
Victory is in my sight.
Oh, they banned Widow. I thought you guys said we did. I'm still in silver? Still in silver. Another one being in silver. The ABA clip got me dying. That shit is hilarious. Come on, the TikTok, right?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah.
After what Alchemax did to me, I'm more than ready for a fight. Thanks for the boost.
I still want you. You're welcome.
Yes.
Let's go.
Your god is suffering.
What bro just said?
Right on target.
Ass first skin. I don't mind it personally.
Let it be. Let's go back to back.
Thanks for the boost. You haven't lost your touch, Rogue.
Your powers are mine!
By the eye of
Ocean beam!
I'll always have your back.
Come get that vehicle to its destination.
What the fuck was that? Could that be strange real quick and shit talk him? I mean, did you see what he just did? Oh my goodness, I didn't get healed. Oh, it's the same Cyclops I just dipped. No question. What do you think that Scarlet Moon game best things are adopting? I have no clue. I don't go to Roblox website. I haven't been on that website in like months. The only time I go on it is to DevX. That's it. I can't even name a single game on there that's like new. Like I don't know anything about Roblox. I don't know what's happening. Like I literally don't go in that website at all. Like I'm not tapped in. Like the only reason I'd ever play that is if like I have a sibling that wants to play or something. But I don't even have any siblings that play that shit, so. Happy Juneteenth. Yeah, I don't think that game was dropping though, if I had to guess.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
This is real firepower! I'll never turn down a shield. Okay. I still need you.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, what? I thought I could kill her through that. Can I not? How does it work? I know you can, I just don't know how to do it. She had no blue life, did she? Oh my goodness. But do I have to get rid of her blue life for it? I'm pretty sure you do. Or no, it kills 2 blue life, so I don't fucking know. I don't know how they can kill. Maybe you do have to be rocket amped.
Heal me up, please.
Rocket amp.
Oh my goodness. I need heals, bro. Still no more flanking.
If the battle's not done, neither am I.
Force boost.
Son, I just got here. It's so annoying. He makes bubble noise when he blocks. That's hilarious.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Yo, Jay Breeze, thanks for the follow.
The tide just came in, and Nemo's perfect angle.
Almost one-shot that guy.
Thanks for the boost.
Fancy seeing you here.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
Get that vehicle moving again.
It ain't cheap.
I am ready to put on a show.
That should make a difference. I unleash. Got my eye on some unwelcome guests.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Aw, man. You still playing on PC and hold in the player, playing on console? That's just like a lot of Overwatch pros and shit are on PC. Sweats and stuff. So PC is gonna have harder players. Overwatch pros and like other sweaty gamers from other games. Reload my eyeballs. You ever reloaded your eyeballs, chat?
0. Time to switch.
Ever reloaded your eyeballs for the one time?
Which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Victory is in my sight.
Does eye drops count? I have eye drops right here, actually. Only taking one of my eyes to get dry, but thankfully my eyes don't get dry even though I'm looking at a screen all day. I have good monitors, I suppose. There's 3 screens in front of me, actually. There's this one, there's this one, there's this one. I guess if you count my TV, there's one right there. Got lucky, I guess. Can I make this, or am I gonna fuck this up? Okay, I didn't.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I should go do another Cyclops video. This character's too broken.
The mission area.
This character's too broken. Milking Cyclops videos. I'm tired of being celestial. I need a head turn already. I'll lock it in.
That's all down.
I'm about to ult them.
This is real.
Laser, laser. I was dead. I traded you, don't worry. Strange one, strange one, strange one. Oh, they're all one, they're all one, all one, all one. Nice. Wait, what happened to you guys over there on the left? What the? Oh my god, I just one-shot rocket. Yo, how is this character okay? I just one-shot that guy. Fuck.
I am ready to put on a
Did I just spawn camp me?
The professor didn't train quitters. Slice it through.
Overwatch, Overwatch can't be real. Out of rain. Hold on.
Only 60 seconds left.
By the eye of Agamotto. Silence rockets amplified.
You kidding me, bro? This fucker can see my health bar, brother. Oh my lordy. If you lose LOS, you should not be able to see people's health bars still. That's so stupid. Unless your teammates see them as well, but his teammate didn't see me, so I don't know why he still kept LOS. That's so silly.
I got you, I can see right there.
no winner yet. Going to overtime.
Extreme force! This area belongs to us. Don't give it up. Perfect angle! Punch it up! Perfect angle!
Off my damn point. GG's.
Guys, you good?
Yep. GG's. Off my fucking point, bro. I definitely got two matches in a row. I feel so bad, but hey, bro, the better Cyclops wins. I'll be clopsing my shit. Little clops in the side. One of the worst ones over here now. Little sign they clops. Playing the more triple support merchant down. Whoop, sign they clops. Son, I have so much losses today. 3, but like, they're not even cuz of me, bro. I'm not even lying, bro. Shits are not real. Infer is still the AI thing says something? I can't even see it. It says Infer is grinding. Oops. My phone. Infer is grinding ranked Cyclops to get into character ban. Swap to Gambit between queues. Slime back from as finally clicking the point-based system. Okay. But you can't see it on TikTok there. I accepted your friend request, Black Ghost. Add me to your thingy or invite me or whatever.
We got sponsors and things going on here.
Fury available. Oh, Cloud scheming.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wow, what a chase down.
Yo.
Some 2XL drops.
Okay.
Victory is in
that
my
game's
sight.
looking a lot better for the squad.
The newest drop is Yasuo robes and a banner. Oh man, Yasuo.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
I feel like he's like Yone.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's like a cool samurai, kind of a ninja sort of, I guess, guy. Edgy.
Okay.
We're
Alright,
back.
you're talking my language.
It's like Yasuo's edgier brother, if Yasuo could be any edgier.
See? That's ideal right there. Sounds like my kind of guy.
We try to
He's
get
got
Henry
two
out.
swords?
Oh yeah, he's got two swords.
That was dual wielded? Oh, bro.
Yeah, he's like Kermit the Frog, bro. 2 samurai swords. Oh, nice block.
Ready. Together.
Pow! Rotation. I have you. Oh my. Bang! What a round. That is brutal.
What are they doing different now? This is looking so much different in that first game.
I like Ari on point here. Whoa. Looking for the cross up on that. S1. Pull it in. Hit the thresh, unfortunately, instead of the Ari. 2H. Didn't find it.
You'll
Gets
need a
pops.
top-notch team to win this one.
Gotta be a break. Yeah, burster into the corner, which I think is pretty smart. No tag.
Oh. We know this is gonna be big damage. Not done just yet. Yo, the box might kill. Nah, it's crazy scale.
His dad is dead. Big dead. He does so much.
Yeah, really just take my Cyclops.
A robot in a dream.
Did he even hover Cyclops? Yeah, that's fucked up.
So ready for that Yasuo super assist as well. Fishing with 5H.
I highly doubt he hovered that shit too. He just took it.
power you unleash from your eyes. Does it ever...
Will Avatar Beta have rooms? I have no clue.
Some say it's channeled from a dimension of pure
the so-called punch dimension. America Chavez told me it once. I've been meaning to...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Our enemies are...
Damage sustained. Just need assistance.
DD's open, that's not good.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
God, bro. So annoying. Feel like it's hard countered by Daredevil. You can just see me while invisible. 4 hours left. We got soon 5 hours. Well, for the badge? If we can get Luna ult, I can ult. But we gotta get Luna ult first.
I am ready to
Nice. Yeah, I can just stay alive. I can clean it by flipping my ult. Alright, we don't even need to use my ult. Alright, retake, take side, take side. The portal line. I can ult when they come out the portal.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yes. Why should you get the badge? What if I don't want you to have the badge? You kidding me, bro? I used my team up and I got frozen.
Let the devils out!
DD's one, DD's one, DD's one back there. Nice, good job.
How'd you get the badge? I don't know how many hours.
I don't think there's a way to check, but it's definitely a thing. Like, I have the badge myself. Other people have the badge. I literally manually put it in. Trying to learn Psylocke, any tips? I didn't do a guide for Psylocke, so it's hard for me to help you, but I would suggest watching Psylocke, high-level Psylocke. He's a very hard character. You kind of have to watch guides. It's not really an easy character. I should have done the light dagger. I used cloak instead of dagger. You hold your mouse when you aim with Psylocke in Phoenix. If it's a big body like Groot, I'm holding. If it's like in a small target, I usually try and like stop, hold, and then like when I usually tap sometimes. It depends. If I'm missing a lot, I'm tapping. But right now I'm holding because I'm aiming into a literal crowd of people. But it's better to oh my fucking god, bro. It's better to tap instead of hold. I shouldn't have died there. I was too busy talking. I was too busy fucking talking that I just died for no reason. So I'm like frustrated. I can ult after that. Okay, my respawn's right here. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We can retake them out. I doubt they're gonna stay on it on the payload anyway because our spawns are so close. They're gonna stack my ult though, so you guys are gonna have to kill them. I'm doing it now. 3, 2, 1, go. Good job, guys. Get that data. Data was on our spawn. Right here. Okay, just ignore him. Just ignore him. Just ignore him for now. He's still back there though, but just push payload. I'm watching for him. Oh, that's not good. Careful, Data was ulting. Kill Daredevil, but yeah, we can retake with Cloak ult. Yeah, just be careful. I think Groot has ult. Groot definitely has ult. There's Blue on his ult. Should roll DDs. Is he? That's cool. Oh, he messed up his ult. Yeah, Groot's dead. He messed up his ult. He had a wall. Careful with the DD. Yeah, just come play front. I'll look at the DD. It's probably too late to portal, but yeah, it's too late to portal. Like, that's not that bad of a hold.
Out of sight. The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including
Excuse me, I'm so fucking tired.
the right heroes could make all the difference. My voltage is strong.
My mind is sharp.
Ooh. I need to eat. How do we ban a rocket? What the fuck? Some stat.
I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
Not gonna lie, she looks pretty easy. You just spam in main. Psylocke? You just spam in main? If you want to spam in main, you're playing the wrong character. Spam, hold M1 in main. No, that's not how you play Psylocke. Used to be, but that was for a little bit. If you want to spam in main, you should be playing like a brawler or poke. You should be playing like Punisher or Cyclops or something. If you're just gonna sit there and spam in main, because characters that can do that and do more damage and be better, do that role way better than Psylocke. It's hard for me to flank. I'm playing like this because I can't really flank as much as I want because it's a Daredevil. If he catches me alone, I die. And you can see while I'm invisible, so like I can't really. That's why I'm playing a certain way. It may look like I'm just playing main, but no, I'm not. I can't. It's hard to offing when there's Daredevil. But this character is so fucking strong. Bro can die. Nice. Good down one.
Daredevil behind.
Get this Daredevil. Nah, you got the health card. I got you. I think I have my ult before the support, so I'm gonna use it. Oh no, I died. Unfortunate, bro. I definitely had ults before the supports. Oh man. Bro, that character kills you so fast, bro. Fucking.
Can we TP maybe?
It's too late. It's too late. I don't know what that guy's doing, but what's up, Turtle? How you doing?
Look, I'm gonna let you pop ult first.
Some music is so loaded. I was trying to get that, but she didn't use it. And this is why this character sucks in the DD. You can just see me, I'm invisible. I can't do nothing about it. I can't run away. I can't do shit. I can't do shit. He just sees me no matter what, wherever I'm at.
Hold time.
Daredevil's on this corner. He's still flanking. Just be careful. Yeah, he's still back there, though. Just waiting. Yeah, he's coming now. No, no. He's from a dinner. Are we winning anything? I think this is a promo game. But this match is very close. Oh, I meant to right click. Whoops. I meant to right click dash through him, but I left clicked instead.
Only 60 seconds left. I am ready to put on a show.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Where'd all go? That character's ult is so ass, bro. Oh my god. I fucking hate that character's ult, bro. That shit just disappears, bro.
Let the devil out!
Don't give them another hit. The final 10 seconds. Better stop that vehicle. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Final score 2.
Unfortunate.
3.
Ult doesn't count as touching. Unfortunate. Ult doesn't count as touching. I fucking hate White Fox, bro. Holy shit. Character's always so ass, bro. That character's ult is so ass, man. It just gets deleted the moment she presses it. I'm over here like, wait, where'd her ult go? And I see her as a normal fucking Fox girl. I'm like, what? I'm gonna eat. I want to see what help me or something. God damn, I hate that character's ult.
What's crazy is their life is about even.
It's so annoying.
Well, not anymore. Blitzcrank hurting a little bit.
Oh, it is so close. No! Back assist, forward assist, mix up time,
You
try
guys
to
want to
parry
slam.
it.
I'll be right back. I need
S2
food.
gets stuffed, and that's the end of the crank.
Wait, the Diaphones team?
And that's
Oh, the
the
Diaphones
end
team
of
won the
the
whole
break.
thing already, but they still have to play out the coaches match because I mean they can't just not.
End of the crank. No more bar for Croc. Solo Yasuo.
Losers round.
Warning.
Where are they at?
You saw what was
Oh, they're
down
right
in that
here.
water, did you? I would have said the same thing.
Took a look. He's like, nah, I'm good.
I'm telling you.
Wait, so
bro,
the
I'm gonna
Diaphones team
pass
to
out.
even get sent to losers ever?
I'm like, I can't
No,
help
they
it.
didn't.
This is
This
out of
team
my
is stacked.
jurisdiction. What a
I don't know if the
parry.
teams are balanced, but
Oh,
Other side.
I know in
Chip
beginners
down the
division,
bumper quad
Froda and
as well.
Defi just went stupid.
Nice.
How was Froda in the beginners
Damn, in the
division?
pedals?
Didn't he play
What a
Warwick last
KO.
time? Oh, whatever.
Just like that super new.
I don't know. Be right back.
Sucks.
My man, cooking. I like how the robot's just standing there while you get comboed up against his body.
I know.
Why don't you help me?
Help me, man. Give me anything.
Jeez, that hurt.
Oh, went for the air reset. Nice block. Front throw. Forward assist, back assist, looking for the mix. Oh my, nice the dashing on him. Has the hit.
On the same side.
Double assist as well.
We.
Dude, he's hitting that. He's speaking a little French.
Fury's still there though.
Nice.
Ooh. Oof, oof, oof.
Mix up time. Oh, that was. They try to do something. Oh, these guys are. Oh my, 3 overhead. Okay.
Oh, okay. I like
All right,
that.
man.
Okay.
You don't got to do all that.
You got it, man.
He's running for his life, looking for the chip. Wait a minute.
Oh no. Oh no. Cloud gets caught outside set. More at 5.
Calls the assist for the media as well, and the jump back M.
Ready nonetheless.
Yeah, they were beating him up, dude. That mix-up, it was left, right. They were both doing like 7 moves on his head. Like, it was not chill.
Fight back. Fight back. Fight back. You want to fight back? Looks the mix parry, but still finds a hit. Superman.
It's good damage on this as well. I mean, they're going to force the break if they want to keep Cloud alive, which it doesn't look like they're gonna.
Yes.
Such a tough
It's
spot.
on you, buddy.
Oh,
my
nice
time.
block. And the parry's a whiff. I don't think they're gonna spend Fury here unless they get another big hit or something, which seems like it's probably worth saving it now. Nice, calling the assist.
Supernova. Brandon the Asian, 1 round away.
Oh. Cheap double cross up.
With the neutral jump. Gets him bold.
Be still.
Bruh.
That was so cheap. The reset.
That
Dude.
combo is so sick into the level 3. Yo.
Yasuo cross up, and he's like, ooh, I gotta sand block that cross up. I gotta make sure. And then he tags and Blitzcrank just command grabs you.
The mix is so real.
Yo, and if Super Noon wins this, they deserve it. They deserve the 3-0.
Yeah.
Good challenge. Fury about to be on there. Nice throw.
Okay, still in there, Getting the game on the board. Okay, Dylan. Okay, Cloud. Let's see it. If you're really about this life, Let me see it.
Let me see.
Oh. Knocked down in his corner.
Ghost of Pumpkin Hill.
What a parry. Didn't get the hit though. And still having a great job of like
Taco.
actually blocking the defense in his overhead situation too. So no big combo, but still. Super noob. Right there. My man is not letting you breathe. And the defense is looking solid. He's still getting the hit though.
Good movement right there from
Oh,
Dylan to get out of the way of that throw as well.
It broke.
Escape. Nice movement there from Dylan. Oh, and it actually got canceled out there. So the parry's a whiff. Command grab.
Tiger Bench has bangers. It does.
Steamed up. Got that extra movement.
Where'd everybody else go? Everybody else just end, I guess. Yeah, there's no reason to keep streaming if you're eliminated, no? Well, I guess you gotta root for your coach.
Infernasu gets the kill. Dashes in, finds the low, Cloud in trouble.
It'd be kind of fucked up if you didn't stay for your coach's matches. Got my DD badge? Yo, nice.
Nice air movement. Knowing he still had his air action there.
Yo, Scrims, thanks for the follow.
Great awareness. And if I'm definitely like if I'm dealing in 805, I'm like, bruh, you gotta take this dude out.
Nice escape from Noon. Oh, and the double up is allowed. That's the wrong way.
That's smart right there. He keeps the corner.
Whip punish. And got the break, which is a big win. Nice.
What? We. I don't know about we. I mean a taco.
Nice throw too. I mean, that's the end of the crank. Or pretty close anyway. Not quite enough, I don't think. They would have to use Super Time Winder.
Ooh, nice. No cap. No.
Brandon the Asian. Definitely take this set if he survives.
Other side. Oh, he committed. Wait, punishable.
Why would I do that if I quit?
Fury, I think, pretty soon here. Maybe probably after this hit.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Not using it? Oh, look down. The Fury. Brandon the Asian.
Wait, and now he calls for the Time Winder. Mix up. Ah, but good fight from Crocs, and he got there first off the table with huge.
Cool. Oh, probably almost got to pick up. There's a throw.
Bikini bottom. Time to guess. Nice thing is you can just do the throw. If they roll, you throw them. If they don't roll, you're still in a good spot. Oh my. He's a human being, man. You don't gotta do him like that.
Okay. Overhead. Yes, sir.
Oh, this guy's super dead.
Pretty sure he kills here without even any meter. He can do take a break and stuff. Instead, he's gonna have Crocs come in, get the kill.
Level 1. Okay.
Here, Pop. Comes down to just Cloud 805.
Oh. He should be dead there.
He's not dead. But he's
Tag launcher, no?
in a real bad spot. Echo Oki in the corner.
Am I? He's not dead.
Oh, no, what a block. What a block.
What a parry.
Gets the hit but forces the break. Steals so much game. We've only got 50 seconds left of it.
Other side.
Nice.
You gotta do a lot of damage.
Is this Is he on?
The hell, little move?
2H, nice block. Hop, goes low.
Okay, wait a minute. This might be allowed. Now, you gotta deal with the echo. The man on skates. Same side, got the hit. Oh, the cross up, he did it on wake up. And Super Noob, Crocs and Socks gonna take it over.
I wish my Panda Express was open. I'm gonna get Panda Express.
Dylan Johnson. Dylan Cloud 805. What a run.
Winner side. I mean, that's big. Knox needs the point. The other thing is.
Oh, wait, I don't need to clap. Oh, just clap. There you go. What coach is still in? But I gotta buy.
So there is a chance that Noxus could end up maybe even in second place here in the bracket by starting. Maybe not second, but they could get up there.
Oh, Diaphone beat K7 and Kill Sage.
Tried, man. Shout out to everybody on the squad. Saw a lot of familiar faces, grins. I didn't expect to see my guy in there, but hey, happy to see him nonetheless. But still in contention for quite a few people.
Tried. We were here. Shout out to K7, the Thresh Goat. It was a good run by y'all. It's the bracket day is spooky. I mean, everybody's a little different on the bracket day. Even some of the earlier sets, like some of the duos I saw earlier playing, I thought they were playing insanely well. Like Lily, as an example, Lily and Stun, the best I've seen them play as a duo like the whole week.
Nah, K7 was going crazy.
Bracket day is always, everybody always looks a little different. Shout out to Zane and Diaphone not getting last in the coach's dragon. I think trying to fight the alligator.
Nah, look at this. Look at this combo. This dude K7 was doing some nasty Thresh combos.
Positioning.
He was really caging his Thresh.
Damage as well.
Crushing that cage.
Tag launcher back into the Thresh.
Overhead.
Look at this Thresh combo. Oh, actually,
where
this
the
is the second
screen
one.
positioning, big damage as well. Tag launcher back into the Thresh.
Overhead.
Throws out the boy Henry. Yo, you're dead.
Oh, he missed the ender. He got actually killed, but the chip anyway.
He could have killed. It's this one.
Yeah,
This
K7 on
combo
the
is
Thresh
OD.
now. I think, honestly, I think he's the strongest Thresh player I've seen overall. I would guess that of all the Threshes I've seen play, he is the strongest. He also placed the furthest in TNS last night, so.
Yo.
Yeah.
Damn.
This guy's a professional.
Damn.
Oh, damage. Oh.
That combo gotta do like 900.
That combo got to do 850 or 900.
It got
Where
it.
the screen positioning.
It got it. That combo does insane damage. The side switches on it too and shit.
Versus Wade, and then K7 had third
Combo's
place
OD.
in the bracket overall. It's very good. Shadow Isles is, yeah, they're a few teamos ahead of everybody else.
Okay, knockdown.
Try this. Ooh, parry.
Bro. Parry, huh?
Timing is a little unfortunate there for
Stands
Ditto, but he
H2
does have the
early.
hit in the corner.
Ditto still playing Yasuo?
The
Oh, he did the
damage.
hard route. Oh, nah.
Oh.
I swap. He was stuck in a 2H
Look
recovery.
at the throw. Zane's out of there, though.
If Diaphone's team wins all three brackets,
Ditto's
that'd be
in
insane.
Kind of a bad spot.
They won the beginner bracket and
He got tagged into, like, the most doomed-looking position
advanced
I
bracket.
think I've
If they
ever
win the
seen.
elite bracket as well, that'd be crazy. Elite bracket's coaches. So I doubt it, but we'll
Is
see.
this enough? He didn't get the more advanced combo, but it is.
Crocs and socks.
You like the skin? This Thresh skin?
It reminds me of Pirates of the Caribbean.
I can see that. Davy Jones?
Yep, Davy Jones for sure. But I dig it though.
Vandal City
missed
Scouts.
it.
Oh.
I mean, 13 seconds left. Almost a level 3 for Inzem here. I mean, they get Fury to guarantee it. But if Inzem gets a hit into level 3, nice 2H.
Bruh. Man, being prepared to deal with these low air dashes from like Ari and stuff like that, especially after a knockdown. Side switch, even earlier when we saw like the parry. Oh man, it's so scary.
We gonna put this food away.
Pop it in, 5HH, nice block. Gets the low, and that's gonna be a break. Diaphany, the Greek god of fighting games.
Wow.
Ooh. The lantern combo. Oh, he tried for the 2M there. Didn't quite. What a read from Diaphone.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. What a confirm from Enzem.
Bruh. Strike. Catches the roll. I thought it was going to be another throw.
The Diaphone level 3?
No.
We've played these games before. Good defense there from Enzem.
Playing a pretty sick range game right now, trying to just fight in time to see who's going to get in first. Whose defense is going to break first?
Oh, Yasuo assist hit, but no conversion from Enzem.
Ah, there's the conversion.
Your host, you can start whenever.
Try this. Keeps the corner this time. Proper read.
I actually lost that last one because of White Fox. It's so annoying. That's so annoying.
Looking to try to make it in. Nice assist. The Fury's popped.
Oh.
Holy LARP. What are you talking about? What you yapping about?
18 seconds
My
left.
damn TikTok chat.
Oh, he's going to have to guess on this. Air. What a dash cancel to block the Fury as well from Enzem. 10 seconds left on the clock. Should be the clutch up with the super nicely done.
What a cleanup. Okay.
What a cleanup.
Yo.
Thresher's crazy. Yeah, Thresher's crazy, man. Character needs a nerf. Character needs a nerf.
Nice series.
The nerf for his nerfs. And even more nerfs for those
Just
nerfs.
great assist usage overall, too. Just the way they're covering each other. Where this knockdown and you keep them in front and they get some high-low or something like that. Or it's the back and forth after the knockdown.
Oh. Frame kill Oki here as well. Jump in. You can see the screen freeze there and see if the roll's coming out or not, which is very... Oh, nice.
Jump. Big damage, too.
Optimal.
Oh.
What? Why did you do that?
Got a little bit of a drop. Zane's back in.
Wait, why didn't he just do... What?
Whoa.
He could have done a rapid slash and then stance H.
You can get the J2H.
Okay, I don't think he meant to do that. I don't think he meant to do that. He had to kill. Why did he do that?
Assist. Runs right at the thresh.
He definitely didn't mean to do that.
Picked up on the back end, though. Zane.
Unfortunately, there, I think Diaphone just got tagged into his death on the recovery.
Maybe because he wanted to keep the corner.
So he just didn't have a chance to play.
He wanted to kill and keep the corner.
Maybe,
if I had to guess.
The right heroes could make all
He was trying to be optimal.
Whoa.
No way.
Hitting the button?
Yeah.
Gets him out of there anyway.
Yeah,
Okay, there's the Fury, though.
Stomp.
What an air throw.
Why? Oh, it was a
And he was
tech.
trying to bait the Fury. He didn't find it. Ditto just backs up. Nice. What a tag to evade the lantern as well. Great movement from both of them.
How motherfuckers be looking on their phone?
There's the Fury pop
looking
finally.
at their phone on
20
TikTok Live
seconds on the clock.
pretending they
Zane
don't
down
see
a
your
lot.
chat. What are you talking about? As I said earlier, what are you yapping about? Full screen low setup? Yeah, I think it was a setup.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Look at my phone for 2 seconds, bro. What are you flipping out? TikTok, do we saying anything? It's like they think they're the main characters or something, bro. If you don't look at their message, it's like, goddamn, bro. I'm streaming to 3 different places, bro. If you don't look at their message, they angry.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good day, see you, dude. Sorry, now you're good. That guy didn't die? Who's 1 HP?
The mighty Magneto, savior of humankind, strikes again. Huzzah!
Oh my god, almost killed that guy. I'm gonna do an early ult here. I gotta wait for him to walk out a little bit. Oh, I killed that guy. I'm gonna do it when they like try and walk up. I'll count down when I'm gonna do it. Alright, I'm doing it now. I got one. Oh, I'm dead. I got grabbed. Oh, she was optimal with it. She kicked me, then grabbed me. That was actually smart. That was optimal.
Force boost. Us against the world. For mutant perfect angle. You've been
Thanks for the boost.
The mighty Magneto, savior
enemy located.
Oh my god. This character's damaged, bro. No CC needed, just straight raw damage. They need to, you see what they did to Black Cat? Yeah. I'm not saying like, actually, like, I don't know, man. He might need the same treatment. It's only fair though, no? If you're gonna do that to dive character, you gotta do that to a hit scan character.
I am ready to put on a show.
The moon haunts you. Moonlight's up to something.
I got one. Unlucky. I think they're C&D DC. I think she DC'd. She ran into a wall and just sat there. They have a Spider-Man. Yeah, he too late.
The current score is 0-2.
Fuck was that? I don't know. Had me in tears up. It was pretty funny though, no?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my
I can't wait for Persona 4, man. I want to play that new one, man. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need that new Persona. I need that revival, bro. I need it. Tekken C&D DC? Yeah, I don't know. I keep seeing C&Ds run into walls and just keep looking at a wall.
Round 2, go!
Force boost!
30 seconds before you attack.
Force
Get ready.
boost.
It must be hard fighting to protect a world that hates and fears you.
I imagine it's equally difficult fighting for a world that hangs on your every move.
How so?
They want
Does my
us to
TikTok
make
not say I'm
mistakes.
live? Wait, what?
And when we do, everyone is watching.
Yeah, it does.
And they're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Wait, isn't it supposed to, my icon on my profile is supposed to glow red if I'm live on TikTok?
Right there.
That's weird. I don't have the little thingy. Like, if people look at my stories, or not stories, my posts, they're supposed to be able to see that I'm live. It's not doing that for some reason. It's odd. Yeah, I think we just need to dive these guys. They have so much poke.
I like the cold.
I don't know if y'all play Venom or something, but
I am ready to put on a show.
oh, they double support ulti. That's good. Just stay alive. They double support ulti.
A nice deep freeze.
All right, we gotta use one of these ults. All right, just reset. Like, let's just group up and just take some. Just watch out for mag ult though.
Nice deep freeze.
We use one of these now. Luna, you go first. Thank you. Type of matches you wonder how you lose.
Yo, y'all are trolling. Why we?
Like, could we like we gotta use the spots. Oh man. Alright, let's try with Invis ult. Let's just use Invis ult here. We gotta hurry up though, because they're running out of time. They're gonna get their ults back soon. Thank you. Oh shit.
Only 60 seconds left.
I got two. They're really one shot in the back as well. Really low in the back. Nice. Nice. Good, good, good. They're probably portaling. I'm gonna keep shooting whoever is portaling. Nice. Good job, guys.
Ready to put on a show. Final score: 1, 2, 0.
Yeah, that was kind of scary, bro. What? Because why did we almost lose that? No? I'm not tripping, bro. We almost lost.
Epic victory. Big win.
That was kind of scary. We almost lost. Wet crew socks. What a name.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
I'm literally spamming Cyclops every match.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
And getting tossed.
What an adjustment from Enzim on that as well.
Keeps the corner very successful, but you're still there.
Oh, nice, got the hit, dude. Enzim has
I
been
can't
like
believe
a
Dino does what he does.
You cannot keep this dude away.
He really
from
just
you, bro.
stops people from wanting to play tank. Such a crazy.
That's two again. Not quite enough, but meaty
No.
projectile chips.
He actually just stops tank players from wanting to play tank if there's a Dino.
What a 2H.
Bro, again?
He's just a knower. He's a ball knower.
What's your ability? No ball. About everything? About everything.
And the Fury pop back at you. The believe in the crank.
Oh my god. 3 bars, 2. Get steamed.
Pick your
All the
hero.
way to dead.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
No. Bro, I gotta get this dude Dylan a badge or something, bro. This is crazy.
There's no way.
Yeah,
There's no way he's
cranking his
allowed to
shit.
do this.
He's cranking this shit. Damn.
Bro, are you back on the crank again?
You on that
I
crank?
need it, man.
That's
I
both.
need it, bro.
He's really
trying to
blitzing
steam
his
these
crank
guys,
in
bro.
front of
I don't think
thousands
they
of people. This is
understand.
crazy.
Big job.
Cranking
They
his
actually
blitz.
had both, and Dylan called the assist when Cloud went up in the air. Nice
Nice cross
from
up.
Cloud. Side swap with the late down S1.
Oh, he tried to do the side switch combo. Nah, that one's hard.
Oh.
Front throw as well. Is
Mm,
he gonna hit the
mm,
tornado combo? He has level 3 here. He spends it nice and early so he can't even get the break.
Smart. That was optimal. That was optimal from Cloud. Ends that combo dummy early. No breaking.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? See that? Right there.
Heal me up, please.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Help! Help! Help!
Capture the mission area.
Penny's low. Penny's low. Penny's low. Oh my gosh, she got healed. Kill us. Strange. Oh no.
We X-Men propulsion beam.
I didn't get healed. So fortunate.
Our adversaries gather.
I'll need to get that net.
Yeah, I can get it. I can't see it from here. Yeah, it's at a stupid spot. I have ult. Oh, we took him out. We took him out.
That should make a difference.
Oh, the fucking mines killed me, bro. Like, shit is so stupid, man. They're so corny, man. Yo, the owns a switch. What the hell? I own. Wait, what? How do you pronounce that? I owns a switch.
Take left portal. Take left portal. Take left
That's
portal.
what follow.
First one.
Nice deep clean. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
By the eye of Agamotto.
One of his, one. Oh my gosh, one of them.
No contingency plans needed.
That's kind of cheese, but I'll take it. That guy's low. That guy's low. Nice.
That should make a difference.
I would not go in there for you. Yeah. It was bait. He had penny mine set up.
Penny one. Nice.
Go to strange. Go to strange. I vault. We got this.
I'll take it from here, Eric.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
They're portaling. Watch out, there's a Cyclops behind everybody. I got her. Cyclops alone. We can kill this guy. I got him. Strange. Get Strange on side. Nice. He's probably gonna start portaling. Careful going through those portals because of the mines, the penny mines. Yo, Thor, you getting active in there. Nice.
Going to overtime.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Nice. Good job, guys. That was a fucking crazy Thor. To be calm, yep. Is the latest video a sign? No, it's not a sign of shit. I'll delete the video. I'm joking. It's not a sign of shit.
What you doing in this pistol on top on Blade?
Blade, who's that? Who's that? Never heard of that character, bro.
Before you attack, get ready.
Always imagine this run. Battling side by side with the fate of the realms at stake.
What if we did?
Now it is happening.
Though most
I can't play Sonic Forces. This song is from Sonic Forces. I never played that game though. But apparently that game is trash.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Is Sonic Forces trash? Has anyone played it?
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yo, they're gonna do some actual bots, by the way. Just like,
You're on the dark side of the day? I told you guys at the start of the stream, I'm having a bad day. We're playing poke. I wasn't joking. I played Cyclops for like 90% of the matches today.
mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Can I get a heal? I'm 1 HP. Spider-Man's 1 HP.
No.
They captured the mission area.
Thanks for the boost.
I think he did say no. He was saying something else though. That guy just jumped and killed my Loki.
Is that how we died? 4-1.
You guys are crazy staggered. You guys gotta just group up. I have ult, but like, I'd like to use it, but I'm just keep getting staggered.
That should make a difference.
All right, I'm about to use my ult. I doubt it's gonna kick.
Executioner!
Dude, you walked out so fast.
Executioner!
I am ready to put on a show.
What the fuck? He just okay.
Halfway point.
Propulsion beam! Right on target!
Spider-Man's trying to spawn camp people. Careful. Yeah, just be careful if you die. Spider-Man spawn camping.
That should make a difference. Right on target! This should help. Maximum impact!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Maximum impact! I am Asgard's might! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Ready to put on a show.
Thanks for the boost.
Nice.
Use that shit, boy.
I think they're gonna portal. Nope, not yet. There's no strange yet. They're portaling.
Oh, wait. What the?
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
It's like bag one.
It's just those two that are low. They're actually low as fuck. Like, I think you guys can beat them. They're portaling. Well, like, the manual one. Nice, good job, guys. Nice Thor, by the way.
Thanks, bro. I want to see you on Blade next time.
What the? I don't know who that is. What the? Bro said you want to see me on Blade. Who's that? What the? Yeah, just Cyclops all 60 meters. .60% is crazy. To Hikari. Oh, they dropped the developer match of Kenshiro versus Rock. GG, dude. You said GG, your father left? Damn. That's kind of brutal, no?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
And a reminder, the winner of this set will get 2nd place overall in the event. They're fighting for a massive swing in points.
Oh, that's a lot of money then, no?
Now, 7K for that 2nd place.
I'm saying definitely got 2 owed. Cloud and Dylan 3 owed. Supernoon, Crocs, Cloud, Dylan. Okay.
The crank! He lands on the time winder though. Miss combo from Supernoon.
His next character in Rivals, we don't know yet.
Pressure. The push? Wait, what? I definitely got hit.
He ran up and then teleported, I think, at the last second to make that like a cross-up mix-up on the double side. That was absurd. Cross-up, man.
Bro, what? Oh, you got that's cheap.
Help you money? Am I playing with him or my brother?
Little seam. Sandwiched in a bad spot here. And that's both characters. A push block attempt from Cloud gets them in trouble.
Damn.
Down. Cloud 805 off the
Sheesh. That's a lot of damage. That happy birthday go crazy.
Oh. And the super assist gets stuffed as well. What a 2H.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Nice.
Oh, you did. Yo.
I kind of feel like playing Tekken. Oh, I should have switched the skin so you guys can stop calling my skin ugly.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Rocket and Venom. Oh, that's what a band? Weird bands, but alright.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh no, today's leg day. Oh fuck. It's leg day. Leg day. Everybody loves leg day.
Nice.
Everybody loves leg day. There's a cap in our back line. Hold on.
Okay. Wait, come up then, so we can feel. Oh, wall.
Oh, that Luda is 1.
Cap in the back again.
Okay.
Cap one. Ooh, I'm one. Scary. No, hard side clutch.
It's all good. Skip leg day? You want me to have some skinny legs?
We can push.
Chicken bone legs?
No, we can't. We're down support. We're down DPS. Go. No snowball.
You want me to have chicken bone legs?
Down low-key. Back up when we refight. I can touch.
If for one day I'm gonna be the richest man and pay you to play ABA, you can't pay me to play that one. Do you think you're the first person that's tried that? You're hilarious. You think you can just get whatever you want with money? Brings that to the real world. You need a reality check. You need a reality check, bro. You can just get whatever you want with money. You were far from the first person to try this.
I'm about to get capital.
Portal's ass. This Portal was ass, man.
Man.
Man. Nah, it's fine. We could try. You can just buy whatever you want with money, dude. Mr. Beast of ABA? No, dude, that's not how it works.
We're up. Let's go, Cap. You two, Cap. Let's go. Can you, yeah, Cap ult in. Cap ult in. Fuck it, go in. Cap ult in. Go. Together with victory. Together. Assemble! Hope I make the cut. No, help them. I can't.
You can bribe me, though? Like, do you think he can just get whatever he wants with money?
Come on.
So what are you gonna do with, like, when you get a girl and she doesn't like you? You're gonna give her money?
Wait,
what the fuck are you gonna do? You can't just get whatever you want with money, bro.
I got Luna. Going to fortune 3, 2, 1. Luna is. Cap on me. We gotta run.
Why that pin?
The bubble.
The battle's not done.
Money is money. Money isn't everything, chat. You can't just get anything you want with money.
Help him, Cap.
Customs again tonight? Might be down. Oh my goodness, I might be down. Might be, we'll see. My eye.
Professor didn't train quitters.
Push up, please. I'm scared. Thank you. You're the best. Get the support.
Against the world.
Get one.
Bro, there's a cloak and dagger behind you guys, 1 HP. She literally just killed me while ulting.
I got Luna. Come on. You're down. Yeah. Oh, we got Loki ult. Play back. Wait. Cloak and dagger. Play back so Loki can copy you. Real quick. I'm touching. Me too. Get close.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Back off in here. No, come on.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's so annoying. These fuck ass walls are pissing me off.
I tried to embrace the light, folk. I'm sorry.
Together to victory.
I'm with you.
Hope I make the cut.
Yes! I'm so low. Hey, go. No! Just one! Please! I'm on. I'm only one. Just one. They're down to 4. Why don't you switch the shot?
Yep.
I'm on.
99. I'm moving forward.
I'm lucky. It's all good.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
It's fucking annoying, bro. Fucking Gru. Can they nerf this fucker already, bro? Please. I don't want to play Punisher, man. Yeah, I just got one-shotted. Like, I don't want to play this fucking character.
You make Roblox content, no?
Nope, wrong guy.
Hey, you're that one YouTuber.
I'm not done yet.
Wrong guy.
Hey, you play that one game with pedophiles.
What the what? Those guys are weirdo.
Cap on flank, watch out. I'm going on flank though. Yeah, cap him back on flank. Cap on me, cap on me. Cap pass, cap pass.
Like, what? Why did he say that? I've never heard of anyone correlating that game to that. What?
Slow gets on.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone correlate that game to that. Like, what? Like, people on that game have problems, but I don't think anyone has ever. I've never heard any stories about stuff like that. Like,
Judge, jury, the executioner.
what are you saying? Don't worry about it. That was weird.
Help back. No, I'm fine. You guys just. Alright, I'll support you.
Going to overtime.
Hey, Infernasu. Hey, you gotta go back to Roblox, man.
What?
Hey, you gotta hop on Roblox. You gotta go back to Roblox.
And that's a mute. That's a mute.
Oh, we got Lucky.
And that's a mute. That guy is weird. Yeah, he said something about ABA. It was really weird.
Us against the world.
Fight in the bubble.
God, just running away from me. Still getting next to me. But his friend is 4 and 7 and he's on my ass. Like, what? So weird.
The current score
We have a 4 and 7 tank.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side
These
you're
are
on.
weird.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Victory is in my sight.
I just take my character. Like, what's okay? Like, that's so weird. Yeah, we're not gonna win this match. Yeah, let's do some customs after this. I'm done with this game. I got my rank up.
They call me Detox now, but Daredevil will do.
Yeah, it's way too weird. Can you not plug that on TikTok? No, you can't. It's gonna stink serious.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Infernasu, if you want to go, Deadpool, and you get your ult and I'll bubble you.
What the fuck?
Then maybe we can like use.
Why the fuck would I play Deadpool? Why the fuck would I play Deadpool? Why are you ignoring my chats? No one ignored your chat. What are you talking about?
The battle starts in 5.
That's fine. Whatever you want. As long as you do good, right?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's great.
If I could bring law and order to the
Oh, actually, I didn't take too long to get out
Does
there.
that? It takes long.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me. It seems we have company. You're on my radar.
Weird half. Ooh. Captain back.
Ooh, scary. Oh, please.
That was so low.
Your Deadpool needs help! Ah!
Okay. Nice, you got bubble.
Oh, this character is so hard to kill, bro. It's actually insane.
Go, I got you. Go, walk, go with him, 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 go. Under women, on the invis, under the cloak. Tap.
Cap is the best tank in the game, bro. I don't care what no one says. That character is the best tank in the game, easily. Yeah, he's so annoying. He's so strong.
Enemy located.
This character, like, look how hard this character is to hit, bro.
Your mag is, there you go.
Yeah, bubble again?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm being bound. Actually, yeah, go in 3, 2, 1, round.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh! Nice! Nice! This don't die! We're tapping the back!
Close out of roll! Close out of roll!
Close one!
Oh my goodness, bro. My eyes so itchy.
There's one! Oh! What?
Go, got cool, I got you.
No, back up. I think after the back somewhere. For sure. Upper mag. Damn, man, I got you. Ready? I'm in there.
Going, I got you.
Oh, nah.
I'm sorry, that's cool.
They all look bad. Tap in the back, yeah.
Step aside.
Let's wait for let's let our depth get us ult and maybe our invis, and then once depth
whenever we fight,
God, this is so annoying.
He's one. Nice, go.
Okay, I did not mean to place it there. I'm so sorry.
Anyone willing to help? Out of sight.
You can come towards us.
Help her side.
Slow, please. Just cut it out.
It's not that bad.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again.
Got my ult again. What ults do? Oh, wait, they have no support.
What the fuck?
We got regroup again. TP. Anything. It's not gonna continue.
Oh lordy.
Now you spamming my chat. He's not spamming my chat. Japanese curry cap. That was Captain America's annoying.
Man.
Guess it's time.
Come on.
Bro, can I? Okay, bro. Like.
Going to overtime.
Should we push up here, DD? Push up with
Got
me.
this fucking dash nerf.
Max and cart, Max and cart, Max and cart, Max.
Double KO.
Hope I make the cut.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Woo, baby. Dude, yeah, I was like, I was pressing double. Cap him back, cap him back.
That character's so annoying.
Wait, DD, follow me, follow me.
Just
Follow me.
literally all merchant.
Behind us. Oh, I'm fine.
There's so many. Oh my god.
Don't let anything stand in your way. Us against the world. These swift reek of desperation. Down to 30 seconds.
Let the devil
Disappear!
Oh my goodness. So annoying, bro.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
They got cap. They have cap full.
That's 3.
Cap one. Cap one. Cap one. Cap really one.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Yeah, I can.
They definitely have Poco.
So close. This is your big chance.
They really need full gold. They got that gold too. Alright.
Oh, this dude's cap is gonna skull like crazy.
On invis, on invis, on it, or go. I'm sound check, I'm so. I'm close. Focus one. I'm on Namor,
Oh
Namor
my
half.
goodness.
GG.
Final score, 2.
I got Aiden.
3.
Alright, let's do customs. That's my last one. Do a few customs. That was annoying. For some dumb reason, my own teammate trying to rage bait me while we're on the same team. So weird. I had to deal with, for some dumb reason, my own teammate taking my character as well. Like, what is the fuck? No, I was playing Cyclops, but the second half of the match, the guy on my team takes my character. Like, what? Like, I don't know. Why is my own teammate rage baiting me? And this guy had like This guy was like 2 and 8 or some shit, and the other guy was on my ass for some reason. Just trying to rage bait. All right, you guys ready? We're doing customs. I'll do a few. Because I think we might play Cuphead today. I have no clue. I have no fucking clue. My fucking eye is itchy. Oh man. I'm changing the YouTube stream title. Hold on. I ain't seen my anyone's account. Oh my lordy. People act so weird when they recognize you. Okay, 4242 is the password. How do I join? Just thinking I just invite you. Yo, Crow, that's for the 30. Is slam over?
The only coach to not only win multiple
over?
slams, which is a pretty big deal, but in 2 different games, which is pretty impressive.
I mean, yeah, Dive team 1.
Pretty good at this stuff. So thanks to all of you guys for playing. I co-sign. I think 2XKO is a really fun game. I think this patch in particular is just so much better than basically every other version. There's like new characters that are really fun, new modes to play, and yeah, I also co-sign getting a duo. Playing with a friend is the way. That's why we did it for this event as well, you know.
No, Super Boost team got a second.
And what do you do against Thresh?
Damn, they almost came back.
That's what you have your teammate for, bro. You say you handle him.
Exactly, bro.
What do you do? What do you do against the
400
dog?
points.
What do you do against Norway, bro? I heard people were laughing, like someone in my chat came in and were like,
damn,
we're laughing against Warwick. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, the iPhone's team was just too good. Like, ZY and Frodan, they have so much points.
Nothing.
90% rate is crazy. 85% rate. Damn. That's pretty crazy, you know?
Yeah, he's just killing everybody the whole weekend. Yeah. Well, congrats
The
to
way
you
that
guys.
they started, thank you.
Let me join in.
The way that they started,
Oh, let me pin the
it was
thingy.
their chance I'm going to be fighting Pat in grand finals, and it did not turn out that way.
Oh. You know, you can have some nice words with Pat after this event. He was calling you carried, and you know, you guys can sort that one out.
Let the footage speak for itself. I don't know what to say.
Roll the tape. Just roll the tape on that.
Roll the tape. Thanks to scoreboard. Also, real quick, just shout out to my homies and whiteboard. Like this is a very niche group. Like good homies.
Yeah, I pinned it. Yeah, console can join, yes. Bam! The scores are wild. Wild scores.
I heard some howls in the same game stream as well.
I wonder if there's anyone staying on after that. Oh no, these guys are already getting off. W slam. The ends are on, yes. Oh, I gotta change on TikTok as well, my bad. There, I'm putting it on TikTok. Oh, it doesn't matter, I guess. Burst combos, get a micro up. Yeah, you get used to it. Your ping is cooked. Yikes. I better hurry up and join quick. Better join quick. Gotta get full. 4 slots left. Glock Kitty. Glock Kitty is crazy. Three spots. 400 MS is ridiculous work, but I'm just not gonna question it. IGN leaked another Zenless video. Classic. Penny Toe Picks is ridiculous name. All right. What was this? Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta play Minecraft again. Got another Minecraft sponsor. Probably download CurseForge for the next time I play it though. Because I don't wanna do vanilla. I'll try to do it right now. We got one more spot. Oh shit, we're full. Still join up though, cause we might what the fuck is this? Wow, look at that later. I don't know what mod yet. Yeah, still join up though, because we might swap people up. Let me try this, I guess. Swap that. We should take the gold. Plat, diamond, diamond, plat. Should be fine. Swap me. It'd be unbalanced, but sure. Yo, Quilvin, thanks for a follow. Oh, I see you in Panu's chat. That's the homie. Is he on right now? Actually, I think he got off. I think he was doing some apartment stuff today or something. I don't know. Let me see if is he online. Drive me. Oh nope, he's not live. My chairs make me sick. I don't know what I want to play.
Always an adventure.
Mine the stream though. No cheating. No cheating. He just got off. What was he doing? I know he was playing Rivals earlier. Adjust the elephant in the room. What's the elephant? There is no elephant in the room. I said just the elephant, like there's something I'm hiding. Wait, your name is Juice Muncher. What the hell? That is such a random name. Shit just caught me off guard. His name is Juice Muncher. Do you guys want Cuphead today? Yes. Is that so? I'll ask.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Suffer? Suffer. There's no suffering for me. I be cooking. Hold on. I be cooking. Open your heart.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There. Texted her.
But I could easily craft one from the metal around us if needed. Why?
I know a private collector who'd pay a fortune for an authentic piece like that. And I'd cut you in on the deal.
Ugh.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Why are you streaming like this now? There's a button you can press. I'm not actually streaming on vertical like TikTok. There's a button you can press at the bottom right to switch it. Okay, I might just turn that feature off since people keep asking me that. I don't think it actually like helps. Is there anyone that's watching in that format? And the vertical thingy canvas? Is anyone using it? If not, I'll just turn it off. If people keep asking me why I'm streaming like that, even though I'm actually not. I didn't mean to pick that character. No one's using it? All that yawning? Bro, I've been up since like... No, not on TikTok. I'm talking about on the purple app. They added a vertical canvas feature where I can like actually put like a vertical canvas so you can watch it like TikTok if you want. I might just disable it then. I do sometimes. And if no one's gonna use it, I might as well just turn it off. Apparently there's an audience for it, but like, I mean, there's no, since you can't scroll shorts like you can on TikTok, I don't see why you'd need it on this app or whatever. It's cool to have the option, I suppose, but my issue is that it forces you into it when you first get into the stream. I don't know why it forces you into it and not like tells you it's an option or something. Keep him on his toes. Is that a support pool? That's not force me to. Tanya, MKX, why? Casino? feel he's tankier in that form. Why is the support pool playing like a DPS? Hey, your team, stop shooting me. Yep. We take those. We take those. The suicide pulse. The suicide pulse for the win. The suicide pulse for the win. That was rude. You can say what you want. My old sucks. This Lloyd Cyclops, 20 hours. That's what's up. So fun. It's fun as hell, but he's broken as hell is my problem. We believe in your Cuphead skills. Dork character. Yeah, somebody's a hater. Someone's a hater. Who said a dork character, Lord? Someone's a hater. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
What the fuck? Avengers Endgame. I like the samurai skin a lot, but I don't know. Should have been Blade. Should have been Blade. So sad. It should have been Blade. This is so sad.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yo, tell me why I just put. Yeah, alright. Dude, Shine. I just pulled you up on my TV, bro. Why did you do that? Bro. Bro, you weren't supposed to do that.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
How'd the slam go?
3,
Did you guys get second? You guys did pretty good.
You have to stop them from
That's pretty good, no?
securing the mission area.
For the first time being a normal player in a slam? That's pretty good, no? That's good money, too. I'll be invoicing you. I'll send you the invoice. Got some bounties. Oh yeah, I'm sending that in, boys. No, don't come on, man, me. It's my tax. It's my tax. The tax, bro. I'm charging interest. Remember, you still haven't bought me dinner. I'm charging interest from any money you get. Any and every single money you get until you buy me fucking dinner. I'm charging you interest. Appreciate the raid. Are you kind of happy it's all finally over? You gotta get dinner? That's insane. Yes. Happy it's all over? You were in 2 tournaments at the same time. Bro, you didn't even get to like take a break yesterday to prepare for today. You did the new challenger thing and then you did like, yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, did you look at the new character? Well, you definitely did, but what do you think? Did you upload your reaction or something? Link me up. Or DM me and I'll take a look later. Yeah, I didn't? You troll. Wait, you didn't look at the character? Or you didn't upload it? Slacking. That's kind of clean though. Nah, I did him dirty. I didn't get up on reaction. But I didn't upload it yet. Too late, but I'll still upload it. Oh, nice. Yeah, you upload it, link me it. If you remember. That character's sick. There's a heart, sir. A heart, what do you mean? Oh, you sent a heart? I'm like, what are you talking about? Bro, I don't understand how that TikTok thing works, bro. The heart stuff. Appreciate it, though. I don't have any alerts for it or nothing either. I don't know how that stuff works. Yo, why y'all letting me do this on Iron Man, bro? Y'all better kill me, man. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. If you're coming from Sean's stream, I hope you guys have a good night. I don't know what we're gonna do after this, but I just finished playing ranked. I got my Celestial back by brute force, and by brute force I mean I played hit scan. I literally just played straight meta. I MVP'd almost every match. I literally just put the blade. I only played blade once today. I literally just played straight meta today. Bro, I'm making Iron Man look broken, I can't lie. I'm making this character look broken, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
Got him. Got him. Where you going, bro?
Maximum pulse.
This garbage ass ult, bro. 9 million frame startup ult. Oh, it's so buns, bro.
Final score 3-2-0.
Right on. How the game has been? Good. I won almost every match today except like 4 or something. 5? I don't know. I got my Celestial back, so that's all I cared about. I was tired of being GM. It's a bad look. That's why I said. That's why the title of the stream was "Today We Win No Matter What." That was why. Okay, there's people waiting, so I gotta kick people. Losing team gets kicked. Obviously, you guys know how this goes. Losing team gets kicked. I mean, y'all can join back, of course, but I gotta swap these guys in. Oh, there's one more spot. Okay, so whoever joins back gets the spot. Ensure dev gameplay? Yeah. I didn't look at that part yet. Yo, Vibes, thanks for the follow. Too late. Alright, oh, I sent the request to join his room. I meant to invite. Oh, I did. Alright. Let's see if these are balanced. Wait, what? No, winning team stays on is what I usually do. That's how I usually use customs because we have too much people. So winning team stays on. Oh, you guys have a Celestial as well. Okay, that's good. Diamond. I think this is fine. We have 2 golds though, so I'm gonna have to switch somebody. For this. I'm out. Nah, you're gonna be in next match. I switch out the losing team every time. That's what I usually do.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My Odachi is sharp. I have mutant powers and a little
Magic.
demonic magic.
Time for some magic.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
Oh wait, no
from this
cheating.
match?
No cheating. No banner picks. There's a Tokon pre-release tournament at Evo. Ooh, that's pretty cool, no? Fatal Fury is on sale right now. Oh, that's pretty cool. How much? Yo, Gamma, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How much is it on sale for? You doing customs? Yeah. I don't know how long we'll be doing these for though, but we'll see. Am I playing Rosies when it's out? No. I care about that game. 50, that's pretty good. I'm gonna try out Kenshiro when he drops though. So I gotta actually install the game right now actually, or soon. Cause I'm gonna try out Kenshiro. What do you mean no, you gotta try it out? Why would I try it out if I quit Roblox? Do you not understand what quitting Roblox means? I don't care about any game on there, bro.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Do you understand what quitting something means? That's like me saying I quit cigarettes, I quit smoking. And you'd be like, oh no, try this one brand real quick. Like, bro, what? So once they quit, they quit. Damn, I can't wait for FF7 Part 3.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Rumor has it you and Gambit tied the knot. Should I be happy or concerned?
Ain't nothing you need to worry about, sweetie. I can handle Remy just fine.
Honestly, my concern was whether or not Remy could handle you.
From you, magic. Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do
You want this map
is
again? How'd this happen?
You think this is a challenge? Try raising 2 superpowered troops. Just in time.
Wow, it's 1 HP next to the thing. Ballistic heals in vampire mode? Yeah. Why would they change that? What do you mean? Of course you can.
Have soul sword. Charge! Just in time. Thanks.
This guy wants me. I forgot this fuck ass iframe move. Oh my lordy. But it gets reduced. It does get reduced because he self anti-heals himself. It is reduced. Just not in the way you're thinking. Oh, you're kidding me.
My strength is back.
Oh, you pulling out champions and customs? Damn. They want to win.
I got you.
Yeah, I don't know how we rolled the same map twice. That's kind of crazy. It's on the map's on random. We just got unlucky and got the same map twice.
Only 60 seconds left. You're not gonna got this. Taking it all. Down to 30 seconds. You crossed my path. Gotcha. The final 10 seconds.
Oh my. They want me badly. What's the room name password? I can't see the pin. It's the same as always. My username and 4242. Wait, what the pin on pin?
Going to overtime. The current score
Odd.
is 0-0. Time to switch things up.
I don't know why I don't pinned. That's odd.
You're on.
There, I repinned it.
Heroes could make all the difference.
I have mutant powers.
I said to manually unpin at the end of the stream, but it didn't stay pinned. So weird.
Round 2, go!
There we go.
My soul.
Definitely set correctly this time. If it doesn't stay pinned, that's weird.
Only coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The thing is, Blade got like 20 goals and still mid. DD gets sniped every season and he's still in the battle. It's because Kit started way stronger than Blade started. Blade started very weak. Daredevil started very strong.
Honestly,
Like, these characters aren't made the same. Like, I don't know who's their balancer, but like, some of these characters are just not balanced on launch. Like,
2, 1.
Guys are crazy on launch. They're way too weak or way too strong. You rarely see balanced, other than like, I guess like Rogue. But I would argue she's more weak on launch. I messed it up. Yo, hold on. Almi Dimples, thanks for the follow. Oh, are you kidding me? Gary, tips for Blade? I did a whole Blade guide. You should have watched it. Do exclamation point Blade guides. It's really one of my commands. I have loads of tips I can give you. Dude, I gave so many tips in that video. That game? No, this is customs. I'm just doing. I just finished playing ranked. I played ranked for like 4 hours. I'm just playing customs with my checks. I did customs last night, but I started at like 3 a.m. So I said I was gonna do customs next stream. But I said I'd start earlier. Thank goodness, bro. I said I'd start earlier. Yo, RT, thanks for the follow as well. You any Adam Warlock tips? Such stupid Ronnie one. Adam Warlock tips is crazy. Missy Cook Cloak, yeah. Adam Warlock tips is crazy word. Oh wait, they won. They lost. That's why I was about to get in there and hold. Yo, I'm about to say, am I mean? Kill him? That works. How do I join? It's pinned. Take the end of the match, alright. This one.
I'm halting.
Hope I make the cut.
Final 10 seconds.
Nice.
1, 2, 0. Another epic victory. Big win.
You see this? My light. Yep. Yeah, this is optimal, yeah. I've been too optimal. What the fuck is this, bro? This character is so busted, bro. And the combo usually ends right here. And you teleport to that and then spin again if you use level 1. Or you do the down move, this, and then you super them. But I think the rest of this part right here, 15 seconds, is just some hard extra shit. I don't know what the hell that extra shit is. I don't even know you can even do that. But, okay, whatever. That character is not okay. Yeah, I don't know. That character is not okay, clearly. Oh, where'd my team go? Or their team go? Can you just play it through? That's why you guys shouldn't leave. Just let me kick you instead, because I don't know who played and who didn't play. That's how they keep track of who played and who didn't play if you guys do that. YGSF, okay. Because everyone under YGSF was next. Being was classified as a grab? That's fucking dumb. What? Why? Why is that classified as that? Just so weird. What? Diamond, gold, plat, diamond, gem, diamond, what? He has ping high as hell. Dawn arc is probably balanced anyway. If we get the same map, I'm ending it. Okay, we got a rock on him on. Oh man. The Loki.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victorious those who oppose me. I never wanted to be.
We are Cloak and Dagger.
Like Cloak and Dagger.
We are hope and fear.
If you ban my Cloak and Dagger, your mom's a hoe.
Vanish from this match.
Your mom's a hoe. You ban? Wait, did you guys ever shout out Shine? Anyone ever run the shout out for Shine? Mods is trolling. Oh wait, someone did. Never mind. That did Max. I'm just saying, mods is trolling. And iPhone just got hella videos to edit now. He won the slam. His team won the lower level division and the higher level division. They didn't win the coach division though. That's crazy. Not gonna lie, bro. Hang it up. Hang what up? Oh, I forgot to hide it for TikTok. Yeah, you guys can't see my team. No cheating.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
When are we getting back on GPO? When are you getting untimed out?
People are always afraid of time, but they just
This
don't
is the new
know
one. You up using comms in this? Is raw dog in it? This is raw dog in it. I don't think you should be hiding it. That's crazy. I guess she like throws the cape off. She throws the cloak off.
4, 3, 2,
Like the cloak shrouds her. It's pretty cool. I was a cornball Spider-Man player. Y'all like stormtroopers in these costumes. Fuck y'all Spider-Man players. Stay out of my costumes. Stay out of my costumes. Beams. Some we got some Spidey fans. I don't know. What the hell is that name? Hey yo. Okay, that is interesting one. Thank you for the follow, I suppose. Mod and VIP him. I don't know about that. Yes sir, no sir. You gotta impress, that's crazy. Oh, he seems just unbalanced. Why are we getting cooked like this? I guess I gave them too much. I would ult, but the payload is so far away. That's not even worth it right there. Damn. Son got greedy and walking the spawn.
Us against the world.
Look at the water, it's so pretty. That's hilarious. They should track to him. Hop in the customs and sweat their balls on me. Like, why are you playing champs in customs? God damn, bro. Who y'all trying to impress? You don't gotta impress me. I'm a grown ass man. I'm not. Who y'all trying to impress, bro?
Behold the god of thunder!
Don't impress me, man. I don't swing that way, bro. That TikTok really blew up, did it?
My time to shine.
Let me see where it's at. Oh, it did blow. It's 144K. Added that TikTok at like 6 a.m. last night.
Back in the game.
I'll get you next time.
Ice skater.
Don't you put me out.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
So we're gonna get anti-dive, or are we just gonna let the Spider-Man keep killing us?
My time to shine.
Back in the cage.
Looks like we've got ourselves a problem.
Behold the god of thunder!
I am ready to put on a show.
Damn.
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. We are Cloak and
Oh wow,
Dagger.
it did explode.
We are Hope.
That's pretty funny. Let me see how it did on Instagram. Got 20K on Instagram. Let's see what it's doing on YouTube. What the hell? It's at 5K on YouTube. Yo, Rebirth, thanks for the 5. Appreciate it, dude. Did you do that just so we could be at 467, or
Without Ty, I wouldn't know.
why'd you do that specific number?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I don't believe you pressed 5 on it intentionally.
Pull me in here. If your name
What do you think you're doing here?
then why is your spy organization
What are you steaming?
Tiger Division existed long before I was
What do you think you're doing here?
Okay, but still, it's like if my buddy
Can I add you? Nah. Unless you have a good reason. Nope.
3, 2,
TikTok algorithm always better. Too bad TikTok bodies me when it comes to like literally every aspect of moderation. Oh, did he get off Spider-Man? Is he done spinning his balls off? Oh no, he's not. Was it that obvious? I'm a troll. You thought I wouldn't notice, huh? Nah, I noticed. Could ult, but not worth it. Spawn's right there. Spawn is right there.
Maximum pulse!
Hey, I didn't kill nobody with that. That's not good. Yeah, that CC chain kicked in on him, damn.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
double KO. Get that vehicle moving again.
Damn. Yeah, that clip did blow up. That's funny.
My time to shine. I am ready to put on a show.
Against the world! Maximum pulse!
Come on, man.
Us against the world! Maximum pulse!
Only 60 seconds left. My time to shine.
I'm not gonna lie, right when I turned around, she died. Damn. Spidey playing like his rank. He said Spidey playing like his ranked is crazy, bro. Like his ranked is sick word, bro.
My time to final score 0-2-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Alright. Let me in for one game and I gotta go. That's not how that works, buddy. That's not how that works, buddy. Alright. Locking the room and kick. Losing team. My team got obliterated. I didn't expect people to play this like it was ranked, but okay, I guess. Alright, everyone up here is next. I didn't expect them to do that, but here we go. Into Joshua. Okay, so these people are next. I thought we were gonna chill and have fun, yeah, but I guess not. I'm gassed, bro. I'm just chilling now, bro. My brain is off. I'm just trying to play this cloak skin. Just play my new skins that I got. Let me see if these teams are balanced. Hell no, these aren't balanced. You guys can take this diamond. Gold, plat, diamond. Okay, you guys have a lot of diamonds. I think this should be fun. I'm gonna pick the map this time. Or not. I'll just restart if we get a map that's not we played on already. 1206. Lower Manhattan. Oh, this map.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yo, first ban is crazy.
Oh, damn.
a top-notch team to win this one. Round one, go! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What? How you play this game? I'm tired of shit. You can hear it in my voice. I'm tired of shit. I gotta play DPS. That's rare. Shit, I should have bought the Iron Fist skin. I'd use it right now if I had it.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
It's playing hell, I guess.
My domain will one day encompass all souls.
This getting crazy. Prime Gold, and they played like I was Eternal 1 Eternus. What deadlock rank? God, this character is boring. See what you guys did? You guys are scaring people away from the customs. You guys are scaring people away from the customs, man. You guys are giving my customs a bad look. What the? Singularity, thanks for the raid. You guys are scaring people away from my customs with your sweaty Spider-Man play. Damn champions and customs, bro. What are you on, Singularity? This is my first time playing this character, and like I don't even know. This character feels so weird. It feels so weird. Oh fuck, wrong way. It feels so weird playing her because she shoots so slow. Got purple ranks now. Oh, he's playing Tekken? What character you been playing? Oh man. Only cause? I need a killer from Mishima, my execution's ass. I haven't played Mishima in Arena, I guess. I wonder if I can still do double electric combos. Doubt it.
Hey, Dad! Someone clip this! I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Disappear!
Resistance is futile.
That's a fine one!
I've got all, but I don't think I need to. Oh, wait, this is not a good call. Ooh, cooked. Hold on, my Ella kind of clean, no? Yo, that guy went zooming.
Plasma! See them? Right there. The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Uh-oh. Join the Steve army? Ew. Bro, oh, wait, no, my bad. Bro, when someone says Steve in a game as a character, I keep thinking Smash. So I'm like, ew. But then I realized I'm about Tekken Steve. Bro, that fucking character is so broken in Smash. So I said ew. I just subconsciously said ew. I'm so used to finding that busted ass character in Smash, bro. My brain instantly defaulted to like, ew, what is wrong with you? Like, have some taste. There's so many fun, cool characters in that game. You pick fucking Steve from Minecraft, bro. They're just so broken. Like, he's not even cool either. He just literally fucking Steve. That's it. He's just Steve. That's literally it. Dark Samus? Oh, Dark Samus is sick in that game. The high-low with Dark Samus looks so sick. Or even Samus in general. He's my goat. That character is so busted, bro. Bro, we used to stream Smash like every day. That like 3 years ago, we used to stream Smash Ultimate every day. That was my mainstream game. Again, bro. Nah, I can't use this forever, yo. Remember the Smash runs? I miss it. I miss it. I need to boot up Smash one of these days. I have it on my Switch too. I would use my Switch capture card in ages though. I mean, my Switch capture card is the one that's in my computer. It's inside my gaming computer. It's the same one I use for my PS5, so it'll work, of course. I just put a splitter on it, so like if I just press a button, it'll switch between my PS5 and my Switch. That HDMI splitter. Very handy. Loki mismatch. Yeah, I mean, we're getting a new one. Like, I don't care what no one says. We're getting a new one. Bro, I had a Majin Switch. I had so much cool ass mods on my shit. We're probably gonna see at the Game Awards, probably goes. We calling Nintendo? I said I have a Majin Switch.
Only 60 seconds left.
I said Majin. He has a one-shot character too.
I am ready to put on a show. Who is more immortal than I?
Is it rule against champions? No, there's no rules. It just like, I don't know, have some honor. I don't know. These are customs. You don't gotta try that hard. You can play a champion or your champion if you want, but like it's just like we're playing customs. Like I don't know. You don't really need to win that badly. Like have a heart. Like I don't know. Like there's no one to show off to here. This isn't even ranked or nothing. Yeah, just common courtesy. Like what just like I don't know. I mean, if you want, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you or nothing. Just why?
2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
No one escapes hell.
What's the code? It's pinned. What? Why is the pin gone? Bro, I set it to unpin at the end of stream and it keeps unpinning. Oh, you still see it? Okay, it just unpinned for me. Okay, that's so weird. I don't know, whatever. What's the point of me setting this shit if it's not gonna stay set?
No one.
Play now. Oh, I want y'all the Wolverine team up. Oh, but Cyclops is banned.
They won't be standing much longer.
Fuck.
No one. Why should Asgard not be mine? That is the real question.
Shin was there for you? This character feels so weird. It's like Phoenix, but way slower. It's like Phoenix, but you don't want to really hold shoot. Phoenix, you can hold shoot a lot. With this character, I don't feel like it's that good to do. You keep having to stop to readjust your aim. Just to shoot so slow.
But soon it will not be the only one.
Enemy in front of
Willing
us.
to help? Find that soul. Healing. Why would I need healing?
I need to practice that Kali combo. I gotta finish learning it. The Kali combo I was practicing. Well, I guess I didn't do it on stream, but last night I was practicing Kali combos. Her corner route. I found a Kali corner combo I want to learn. The character's hard as fuck, bro. You can mess up her combos so easily. And I was like looking through like the patch notes, like digging to see if the combo I was doing was worth it. It is still worth it. It's just hard. They nerfed the damage of her spin move. I think the corner route I'm doing has like 4 of those spin moves in it. Damn, I get melted so fast on this character. I gotta chill. It's not Cyclops. I'm not that fast. I'm playing her like I'm Cyclops. I can't do that. Like Cyclops, you can kind of play in the front line a little bit because that dude is fast as hell, and he's 275 for some odd reason. This character though, hell no. That guy doesn't die?
No escape from hell. It was nothing.
When he has to play his skill actual weaknesses. Oh me, like what the fuck is this? You can tell she's been like nerfed to oblivion because this character feels way different than launch. They didn't do the same shit they did ever with the Phoenix. Like what the fuck? Micro nerf a Doom character.
Judge,
Damn, I can't ever get to use my ult. They have all these support ults up and they have a Punisher ult. I mean, realistically, I should switch, but season 5 hella. Oh my god, bro! I'll never forget that shit. I'm all in this with characters.
I always return.
never miss.
Ooh, I never miss. Damn it. He was so low. Is it still customs? Yeah, it is. How does the guy just spawn in front of you? I mean, why do you just spawn in front of the guy? He just body blocks you. Just jump scared by a bald big guy. Well, big bald white guy. Oh my goodness, bro. Can't ever get to use that ult. What do I play now? I'm about to play some sport, but hold on.
Together to victory! Judge, jury, executioner! Still got an edge.
Character is oddly satisfying. Oh, don't fall off the map. God damn it. Dumb squirrels. These dumb squirrels, man. I'm actually causing chaos. Squirrel might be broken. Hold on. Top one squirrel grinding.
Only 60 seconds left.
He's a cornball character to me. The type of character that randomly show up in Tokon for no reason. Wait, let me not say that. Let me not just say that. Let me not say that. Because if that happens, I'm gonna be so mad.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Nah, if I jinx that, oh my god, that'd be so awkward. There's a human torch in the air. Oh, he squirreled on. Yep, nutted on.
By the eye of Agamotto!
W score girl. So my score girl kind of crazy, don't know. Stupid ass score girl. Yeah, I got him raging. Got these boys mad. The score girl farmed him. Man, stupid ass. Y'all was winning till I put on that score girl though, huh? Y'all thought y'all was winning. I thought y'all was winning till I put on that score girl though. Y'all thought y'all was winning. Get out of my damn lobby, bruh. Get out of my damn lobby, losers. Y'all thought y'all was winning till I put on that score girl though. Oh man, where did I stop at? I think I'll stop at NT. think that's where I stopped at, right? Laggy ass gym player. Someone with a little bit of lag. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay. Let's see. It's balanced. Hell no, they're not balanced. What if me and Wani takes all the gold players? We have the gold and silvers. Do we win this? Against diamonds and plats. I don't know if we win this, but let's see. No, we don't. No, we could try. We have to try. Not a chance. That's crazy.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't even know what I feel like playing. But yes, I do.
The higher the pressure,
The more dazzling the diamond. No cheating. The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond. Yo, Ajax, thanks for the follow. Wait. What the? Oh, wait, no. 2K gifted him. My bad. I said that completely wrong. See, this is how you know I'm tired. I said follow. Thanks for the gifted 2K. To Ajax. I said that completely wrong. Yeah, Team Diaphone takes the slam. Coach Zane. Damn. Go Duffy. Oh, Tiger, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
The right hero can make all the difference. Appreciate the raid. Go with the games? Oh, I'm playing customs. I'm already done with ranked. I promoted and then I got off. Play some Guilty Gear music. Nah, we're just doing customs. We're just chilling. How'd your games go? You're just chilling here. Tekken today. I was gonna do 2x, but I don't know. I was gonna either do 2x or we might do Cuphead. I have no clue. It's my birthday? Oh shit, happy birthday. Watch anime and eat? Shit. I need to go do that low key. What if I end stream right now and go do that? I should end stream right now and go do that.
stand back.
No beef skin? Damn, bro. Where the beef skins at, bro? No showed up. Come here, Jeff. Damn it. I'm dead as fuck. Gambit and customs? Damn, okay. Y'all want to win badly? Okay, my bad. I guess it wasn't banned, so I guess. Gambit and customs? Damn. No! Oh yeah, I think I gotta go front page on the 20th. Oh wait, today's the 20th. I think I have to do a front page stream on the 22nd or something like that. I don't remember. You picked me to do front page, like a Rivals front page. That's gonna be fun. Oh, what the? God damn it, how much people did he get? Yeah, Jeff got everybody. Yeah, the only thing about when I do the front page stream, I can't be live on any other platforms. I won't be able to be live on TikTok or Red App or whatever it's called. How the hell did you not get me? Look how Looney Tunes they look, just jumping up and down like that. The hacker joined doing a custom, and I just end it and kick him. Just end the custom and kick him. Look.
Now might be a good time to stop that.
Why do you ask? Wait, why do you ask? Hey, yo.
Bring on the chaos. Oh, win it, hand.
You better stop that vehicle.
What are these Gambitos? What are y'all doing with y'all Gambitos? Wait, what are you guys doing with your Gambitos? You guys do realize we have to be in front of you. It doesn't work if we're behind you. We're not in it if you guys are behind us or in front of us. Oh, I'm dead. I haven't been in one Gambito. We got first time Gambits on this team. Oh no. What is that skin? What do you mean what's this skin? It's a beach skin, bro. You ain't never been to the beach? It's summer. Do you want to wear some sweats or something to the beach or what? Sweats and jeans or some shit? What do you want? What are girls supposed to wear to the beach? I'm going to the water with jeans on? Or? I'm dead as fuck. Damn. Oh yeah, we're getting bodied. You just played after you said he was good? Well, shit tanks went crazy? Yep. No, he's good with bro, not against bro. Well, yeah, I wouldn't do it against bro, but you could do it against shield tanks. He's good with bro. Unless I mistakenly said against bro earlier. He's good against bro, except like what? That's crazy. Against like what? Probably like Hulk. That's it. And he destroys any tank except like Hulk and a few others. Yeah, it's very satisfying into mag until this asshole puts his damn bubble on someone. Could be Deadpool.
Second chance is over.
I was fine, but thank you.
Yeah, I love Blade into Strange because that dude can't do nothing. You just keep trying to hit you and blow up, but you can just block the explosion. Yeah, I'd say it's even more satisfying to mag though. Satisfying to Groot too because Groot can't do nothing. All life steal is damage. Like Blade the wood cutter. Blade the lumberjack. A mosquito just flew into your eye. How does that work? You saw that short, bro? What short? The Adam short? Oh wait, no, there's an Adam short I do need to make. The one with the video from the second channel. I need to make a short out of that. That shit had me in tears. Oh, I so low. The Blaze Change one? Oh, that shit was free eats, bro. That one was free eats, bro. Y'all don't understand the vision. Y'all just don't understand the vision.
Switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
We'll close at the worst time. Give me a second. Okay, I might have been very wrong with the teams. But I believe. I might have been very wrong with the teams. I thought we could carry this, but never mind.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I might have been very wrong with the teams. I might have been a bit wrong, just a little bit. I thought we'd be able to carry this. Let me in. Let you in. We're full, France. By the time you get to play, it's gonna be the last match.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You still doing customs? Yeah. For you, but not for France. This guy's whipping me. What the fuck? It's Juneteenth. What the fuck is wrong with you? Juneteenth ain't over? Oh hell no, not everywhere. Talking about some Juneteenth over. Hold on. Not for everyone. Strange whipping the shit out of me. White man whipping a no. He knows what he was doing. Oh, you're fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's what you get. That's what you get. That's exactly what you get. Oh, here comes the Looney Tunes. Almost killed him. I almost killed him. Oh, fuck. His whole team just stopped to turn around and save his ass. He literally would have died there.
Again!
What the fuck? Oh my god, this character looks so stupid, bro. He's really just bouncing on it. Like, how do they make a character that's less cool than the way, like, he bounces on it, but he's not as cool with it when he's bouncing on it like Deadpool is. Deadpool is cool as shit when he bouncing on him. That character, like, nah, bruh. It's just the way he bounces on it ain't quality bounces. And quality bounces. No Wolverine? What the fuck? Where'd you get a Wolverine from? Get your ass over here. Worth it, I stalled. Won't slander my character. What am I hearing? No, bro, I'm talking about the bounce quality. I just joined stream. That's the I just gave it context, bro. The bounce quality between two bouncers. The quality of oh shit. I messed up. What am I looking at? Huh, actually killed him through that. Wow. Go ahead and lift me up. Lift me up. You don't even want to. He says yoink. Give me that luck. Hold on, maybe the teams are balanced. We're kind of coming back, no? Oh, that dude got deleted. Ah, you dumb shark. Oh, I'm dead. Does meaning have meaning?
Emma Frost never surrenders.
This kid is funny. Didn't this kid used to be able to grab you twice? That was like a long time ago. He used to be able to grab you twice. He used to have time for that. What? You're not dead? Oh, you got bomboed, I can't lie. Where are y'all going? I don't want to talk to a white lady. Give a white woman some attention. Now y'all want to run. Yo, you're getting lasered. Literally. Oh shit. Nice. Bro, why am I so locked in on this match like it's not a custom? I'm like Omega locked in. I'm so locked in on this match for some reason. It's a fucking custom. Sweat my balls off. Coulda Jeff, coulda Jeff, coulda Jeff, coulda Jeff. Are the customs going? Hilarious. That's how. Wait, we're actually coming back, Brad. The teams are balanced. Never mind.
Bro, I have to lock in the loot.
Bro, wait, I cooked with the teams. I actually cook with the teams, bro. Hold on. We're cooking. We are so back. We are so back. Team Gold is back. Team Gold is so back. Loose Nose and Nerf next patch. I'm uninstalling the game. Yeah, get ready to uninstall. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Those balls must be so wet while they're sweating. Hey, yo. What rank is this? I'm playing customs with my chat. I'm Celestial, but my team is full of gold players, though. The enemy team has plats and diamonds.
I don't usually team up with criminal scum like you, Now, monsieur le bunch. I may be a team, but I also happen to be a gentleman. Yeah. So's
Alright, lock in, bro. Lock in.
Let me hop in for one. There's a queue. I think the line's pretty big. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing customs by the time you get to play. There's a lot of people waiting in the spectator stands. I mean, you can join, but like I can't. I don't know when you're gonna get to play. I usually swap out the whole losing team. Oh my god, that was fat. Oh my god, I was fat. Oh my god.
Holy. Go, 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 go.
Down to 30 seconds.
If you're gonna play right here, watch out for Jeff. He likes to ult right here.
They got mad. You just have Gambit heals right now.
Oh, I'm dead. Alright, not bad, not bad, not bad.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
The current score is 3.
This is a sweaty ass custom.
Time to switch things
Oh, this is custom, bro.
side you're on.
What's up, clap to you?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll check the queue right now. I'm launching. I mean, someone in chat can tell you how much people are waiting. I don't know. I won't be able to see until match is over. Skip this one. Player theme a banger.
Always gets what she wants at any cost.
They're coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The deck of cards ain't exactly the deadliest of weapons, Cajun. I'm sure you want to try something. Sharper. As long as I keep my wits sharp, Gambit will be just fine.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Some uninvited guests.
Yo, that was actually a raid. Thanks for the raid, Davo.
What if you got behind us?
Hold on. Locked in because it's overtime.
What are you aiming at?
Oh no. Got him. No.
Find me, heal you. Get me.
Nice. I got your address.
Go, thank you.
Just Star-Lord. Just fuck ass Star-Lord.
Only 60 seconds left.
Got him.
Three seconds. Can we turn?
That's what tried it. That ass. Minute Play-Doh. No! He didn't die! Play-Doh is so ass! Oh, hell yes. Oh, yeah. No, that's game. Nah, that's game. Kill them. Kill the rest of them. Kill the stupid Jeff. He's in the air. Look up. Goddamn shark. Bonked. Oh my god, I've been out 100 for so long. You did not beat me 1v1. 50 bomb. 50 bomb. Hold on. The teams are balanced, chat. I don't want to hear it.
Nah,
teams are balanced. GG's. Team Gold takes it. Let's go. You would not have beat shit, France. What? W. W. 50 bomb. On your heads. 24 finals. W. Anyways, what was I reading? It's a raid, Dabo. Oh, you ranked up? What rank do you rank up to? W. My team stays on. Aha. My team stays on. Wait, who left on my team? Was it you, Milo? Or why are you guys filling slots? Like I swap you guys and stuff. Fucking switching in. You guys are taking people's shit. I gotta lock the rooms. I think it's time to start locking the room when the match starts. All right. Who is supposed to be next? NT. Oh, someone's gonna take your spot if you want to. No, you don't have to leave. I mean, if you want. Remember, I stopped right here. YG, you don't want to play? Do you not want to play YG? Do you? Okay. France, Ice, Cosmic. Okay. Put you guys right there. Okay, and these people are next. All right, room's opened again. We're not gonna do that again. We're about to do gold versus platinum again. I don't know how we won that, but I'll take it. Gold, silver, Gold. Blossom, gold. Oh, the balance. There's so many low ranks. Yeah, your ping is high as fuck. Think this is fun. You guys take another plat. We'll take the gold. You guys can take the plat. I think it's the best I can probably do. Gold, silver, GM. Oh, wait, no. I get Malo. There you go. Machi Celestial? Oh, shit, it's too late. That Punisher was frying us? Damn. I know you guys were getting fried by the Punisher.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't even know what I want to play.
Who am I gonna
I'll probably just
finish
fill.
in this match?
No cheating. No cheating. Yeah, I'm gonna run ads real quick before the match starts. Hold this. Hold this 9-minute ad. No, I'm joking. I am running ads though. Be right back. Perfect time to be subbed up. Facts. All right. Let's see.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Guess I'm playing support. No, I want to play cloak, but I can't. We have a cloak. I want to use my damn summer skin. You trying to switch, Malo? Trying to switch?
You believe.
Yo, Molly, you want to switch?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is that a yes or no? I don't know.
You know my weapons can still lock onto you, even when you're invisible.
Sure. I mean, if you want, you don't have to. I just want to use my summer skin.
But in this business,
But I don't even know tank.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does,
Yo, T, can we get a tank?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the
Wait, we're actually gonna walk over no tank. Okay, why did that guy just lead the game? What?
much better.
Okay, that's pretty odd. Okay, give me a second. I gotta kick that guy.
0.
Yo, I don't like this. We need to play Blade. Are you scared of woman? My bad. My bad, gang. Yes, I don't like this. Bro said ironic. Oh, we can talk about you. Bro said ironic. What happened? We had someone that left. You see it or something. I got words for you, mister. What the? Why does that let me put Cosmic in? Okay, that was weird. Are they still balanced? VC is bad news for you. Let it be ironic. Bad news for me. How's it bad news for me? We got nothing on me, boy. Boy. You got nothing on me, boy. You got nothing on me, boy.
We are Cloak and Dagger.
Snow.
Hope and fear.
Snow. What is that supposed to mean?
Now,
I've never even dated or went out with a white girl before. There is no snow. There is no snow. So I don't know what you're insinuating or what you're talking about. Why is he lying? Bro, I'm not lying though. So I have no clue what you guys are talking about. You know about some shit I don't know about. I'm like, I'm gonna go watch Infernasu VODs. That guy doesn't lie. Okay, there must be something you guys know that I don't know, because I am extremely confused now. He just MVP with a snow bunny? Bro, what is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean, bro? Emma Frost goated. Emma Frost is goated. They don't like Emma Frost now? Scared of frostbites?
Pick your hero.
Nah, I wouldn't get frostbites. I can handle the cold. One thing about me is that I can handle the cold. Bro, what? 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 Infernasu. Bro, I'd do anything y'all on my head, bro. I could exist and y'all get angry at me.
But they just don't know him. 30 seconds before you attack.
I didn't even do anything, bro. What y'all mad about now, bro? Wait, this emote only works on water? Wow.
My time to shine.
What the fuck? Oh, it's for the fire Phoenix skin. I'm about to say, where did this come from?
2, 1.
I forgot about the fire skin. I have that skin. Her Phoenix skin.
Got it?
Whoa. How many of you guys over there? Damn.
What are you aiming at?
Damn, what's happening to my team? All you guys do. Damn! What are you guys doing? Team? We'll fall back. But we lost like wait, what? Why are you guys staying after we lose 2 people? What the fuck was that guy doing? I thought he was God's gift or something. I thought playing Lucy, bro. I need to play more Lucy and Strive. Lucy the GOAT. 3 of us dead. I'm not ulting out. Yeah, group up. Have a lot. We can retake them out. Uh-oh, that's not good. Basic is not balanced? What's happening?
Still got it.
Yeah, pin his ass down. Stop resisting. Whoa, what? It's Thor. What? It's Thor. It's Thor, dude. It wasn't Storm or nothing. Relax.
Feeling fantastic. I am ready to put on a show.
Behold the god of thunder!
The fuck? Wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, nice try.
Keep going. Control lock.
Oh, we're not forward? Uh-oh. Thanks. W jukes indeed. Thoughts on carrying me from Bronze Splat so I get a skin and then don't play for another 2 months? That's crazy. I can't do that, bro. I play Blade. I can't carry nothing.
Without Ty, I
can't carry shit. I play Blade.
The light force.
Hell yeah. Get on to rock! Stand with the fight, ever be your desire!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Infernasu. Okay. I ain't even do nothing, bro. I ain't even do nothing, bro. I'm mad at nothing. You mad at me? Pay good money for this thing. Don't be mad at me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, I put in the wrong chat. Nice. There's a storm in that room up there.
Something doesn't feel right here.
My guy's super dead. Nope, we gave up our lead. I should ult one. Rivet in fear. Ooh, save that guy barely. Damn, you are extremely lucky to have me. Cause your ass should have been dead. That guy should have been fucking dead. What?
As good as new.
I let go on mistake. My fingers slipped and I let go. And I ended the fade on mistake. My fingers slipped and I let go of fade on mistake, bro. Whoops. I came back to the game. Is there worth learning? Yes. Really worth. Really worth. That's it. Okay. That was a lot of people. I'm just going to turn the corner and see like 6 people, but okay. Quota on this map. I like that. I like that. I like that. Quota is almost met. Nah, y'all evil, bro. My team didn't walk with that either or nothing. Got another 6 in you. Excuse me? That was like that cost 600 gift. Let's have another 6. Oh, that might be game.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Disappear!
Damn.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
That game was for France is crazy. That game was for France is crazy. Naked Adam carries? That's ridiculous. But what is that thumbnail and skin? It's the summer skins. What do you mean? Oh, why are they gray? Oh yeah, my team got bodied. Fortunate. Unfortunate. There's a lot of people waiting down. All right, I'll do one more after this. So, yeah, I think it's the last one after this. One more after this, and I'm done. Okay, yeah, I'll do one more after this. So I gotta kick 3 people after this, and then we're gonna run one more. I'm not gonna open the lobby because it's the last one we're doing. GLG, alright. Okay, so I only gotta kick 2 people then. Hat 3 all healer. That's a funny name. Not sure what that means though. Let's see. Grandmaster, Diamond. Okay, well these aren't balanced. I think this is more fair. Flat, diamond, gold. 3 for E. What's up, Curry? How you doing? What are you up to? I think these are fine. Chilling, that's what's up. Oh, the game's just here. Can I get Curry too? What the? Curry didn't say he's joining. It's too late for him to join. Next custom's the last one. 50-50? Damn. No cheating, chat. No cheating. Curry can take my spot. What the? Who says Curry wants to play? Yeah, I was just assuming this for him. Stars. Yeah, you got it. Back on the climb. Oh, you guys are playing the climb? Isn't that the thing on 2X? The game mode is fun. I haven't beaten the hard one. I beat the medium one. I haven't beaten the hard one though. But then again, I kept trying to do it with the new characters. I cannot play those new characters. We got fried. That shit is hard. I got one game of Spider-Man as permanent ban. Yeah, hold that. Hold that. Cheating ass bots. Well, what's that one perk that you? What is that one perk? Your health goes down over time or something like that. I thought that perk was gonna be fire, and that thing just killed me every time. That perk is ass. It's like you get something, but your health goes down over time. I thought that perk would be fire. That perk is buns. That perk is buns. All right, who am I playing? Let's play. This character, I guess. Yeah, let's play this character. Bots in fighting games are godly. Well, yeah, pretty much. Input reader of doom. He'd be input reading like crazy. He'd be input reading like crazy. Do we get this map again? Yo, we are rolling the same maps over and over.
Get ready.
We're rolling the same maps over and over.
It will be good to smash villains in your company. Absolutely. You're gonna do lightning tricks? Oh, like you have never seen before. Showtime.
God almighty for saying I'm as a fatty.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Really, bruh? And customs, bruh? Yo, get a life. Yeah, get a life. Get a life. Actually, don't get a life. Because why are you doing this in customs, bro? Get a life. Bro's playing his main in customs. Holy shit, bro. We've reached a new low. We've reached a new low, bro. That's why y'all be scaring people away from the customs, bro. I can't let some of y'all in. Some of y'all don't play these to have fun. You'd have thought their fiancés was watching or some shit. The way some of y'all be playing. That guy's dead. The Huzz is watching. Oh no. The Huzz is watching. The Huzz is crazy. Bro said I gotta win this custom no matter what. The Huzz is watching. That's ridiculous. Big A is calling. So why don't you go play it? Why are you here then? He was calling. Why are you here?
I am ready to put on a show.
By the up.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Wish I had that Wanda skin. Which one? Not today.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh man. How many of those you got? Why you running from me? You ran from me. Why you running from me? Wani, why you run? Wani, why you run? Wani, why you run away? Come back. Come back, bro. Let me talk to you. Bro ran away. I'm crying. That's my teammate. Whoops. You guys are running the same skin.
Got it. Almost there. Don't turn back now. Enemies. They look like they mean business.
Oh, you. Oh, I got frozen by the Scarlet Witch thing. Guy stunned me. Use your ult. Oh my god, he used that at 1 HP, so he just insta died.
Yo, not gonna lie, I just lost my ult.
Well, you should have used it. I don't know why you just sat there with it. He was holding it. He just let them wail on you. Bro, just let them wail on him. Why do y'all supporters do that, bro? Just use that shit. Don't let them get you to one of these people where you use it. Just use it. Oh my fucking god! Please help me! No. It was 1 HP. God, bro. Literally 1 HP. Oh, they see. They C9. What do you mean C9?
Yo, thank you, bro. I was about to lose that.
Why are you losing to a Luna?
Bro, I was just walking into her and she just about to kill me.
Mm. My god, my Bucky crazy. Oh god, I used to be stupid with this character. What? Yo, you're such a loser, Wani. You're a loser. Or chronic rivals addiction? Chronic, damn.
Are you stop playing Bucky?
I don't know. There's cooler characters in this game. Oh wow, I messed it up. I think I did it too fast. Did I?
Only 60 seconds left. That's 3.
He is no match for a good hammer.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Where you going? Kill, 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 kill. No, fuck! He was so low.
Behold the god of thunder!
The final 10 seconds.
You're such a fucking loser. Die! This dude is a fucking loser. This dude won, bro. He keeps stunning me. He keeps running around just stunning me and then running away. Oh, hell no. Wait, it might be time to bring back the big buck. The best hooker in A. Hold on. Shit, I might be back. We might be so back. The best hooker in A might be returning.
The current score is 3, 2, 0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Do one more. The next one is the last one, but the lobby's locked.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
J3? Nah, J3 ain't got nothing on me. You see my hooking skills? Yeah, these are customs, yeah. Do you see what I'm doing to these dudes? Ain't got nothing on me. Ain't got nothing on me.
Round 2, go!
Sometimes I wish I could go back and deep freeze for a few more decades.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Let me at him. My fists, your hammer. Let's go. Oh, the battle is joined.
The fuck? What's
Battle
this?
starts in 5,
Oh.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Watch you since 11, 16 now, turn 17. Do you have a sweet 16? They do those still? Oh my god, this guy's getting abused. Why do I die? No way I die. Yeah, my oh. Oh. Oh wow. Brother, what are you typing in my chat? I can't pull that guy? Oh my god, help, 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 help.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
What? Are you unpredictable last turn, I'm saying.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that
Help, help. Son. Can I play the game? Oh my god, that stuns for so long. But that guy's trolling. I don't know why you're answering. That guy is literally trolling. I don't know why you're answering that guy. It was a bad joke.
My mission isn't over yet.
They've made it halfway! Stop them!
Oh my god, my Bucky is crazy. Yeah, my Bucky is still crazy, bro. Yo, she was trapped in that room. Oh my lordy. Oh no, yes. The best hooker in A is unrusted. No, hook is unrusted. Oh my god. The best hooker in A is unrusted. Oh hell, I'm out of here. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm out of here. You're weird. You're so weird. You're so weird. You're so weird. You're fucking dead now. You're so stupid. No, you're so weird. You're actually so weird. You are so weird. You are painfully weird. I hope you enjoyed it. I really do. Like, I hope it was worth it. You're so weird. Oh no. This guy is so weird. Because why the fuck are you doing that?
Fantastic! Ha ha! Oh! Ha ha! Ha ha!
A nice
Oh my goodness, dude. He's so low. Donatello? Yeah, Donatello's Bucky's crazy, yeah.
The final 10 seconds! You stopped them in their tracks!
The moon haunts you.
Disappear!
Oh my goodness.
Going to overtime!
What? Why are you not dead? And where's my again? Where's my again? What? No, I gotta check the replay. What was that? Yo, clip that. How did she not? He didn't proc. Yeah, it's like it bugged out. No, that should have been like a team wipe again right there. I was gonna team wipe them. What? She was low HP too, so like I did it and it just didn't give my again. Also, I'm like, wait, how is she alive? You hit the top of her group. Oh my god, it bugged out. Yeah, it literally bugged out. You've got to be kidding me. Nah, one. Hell no, you didn't win. Hell no, you ain't win. Hell no, you ain't win. Nah, I won. 26. Oh my god. Saved by geometry. That Scarlet fried your ass. Your Scarlet ain't do nothing, bruh. Weak ass Scarlet. 9 final hits, 33k damage, stat padding. Weak ass Scarlet. Did I hit a wall? I'm thinking 2 times speed. What? Yeah. Son. Whatever, bro. Like, literally whatever. What? Bro, oh my god, look how low these guys are. I was gonna team wipe you guys right there. Why are you not dead? And where's my again? No, that would have been a team wipe. That literally would have been a team wipe. I'm not even trolling. That actually would have been a team wipe. That would have been like the greatest team wipe of team wipes. I need to kick someone. YG or star? Someone needs to leave. YG or star? Let's see. Whichever one of you guys on the left side is getting kicked. And boom. You guys are both on the... Oh, wow. Boom. Bro. Can one of you guys just land on the left side? Oh my goodness. Oh, star it is. Jesus Christ, bruh. Alright, last one. Fatal Fury gameplay? Nah, I didn't look at it. I looked at his trailer, but I didn't. They put up his gameplay like probably like an hour ago or something. No, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. We leave things to RNG around here. All right, last custom. Let's see. What are we doing here? Sidekick, legendary, diamond. Let me get this plat. I mean, this diamond. Gotta get the plat. Yeah, I got a gem and a celestial though. Oof, it's gonna be kind of hard. It's gonna be a hard one. Oh well. Oh well. It's gonna be a hard one, but let's see what we can do. It was SVP last game. Hey, what does that mean?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Which hero do I want to be today? Gambit Star-Lord? Yeah, hi, buddy. I'm not playing through this match. We do not care. We do not care. You're not playing that shit in general. You are not pulling that shit out in general. We do not care. You're not playing that fuck ass character. I don't want to play. Oh, I guess we could do that. That doesn't matter. don't even know I want to play. Let's play this. Oh, never mind. We don't need it. I don't even want to play. I'm trying to figure it out. I would play this character, but this character sucks. Literally stinks. He's boring too. Let's do this, I guess.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Go ahead and lock in that Scarlet. My Scarlet goes crazy. You're tripping. You don't want to see my Scarlet. My Scarlet gets the job done. My Scarlet goes stupid. My Scarlet goes stupid. Lock in that mirror. You are not beating my Scarlet in a mirror match. You actually wouldn't. You gotta check. My Scarlet goes crazy.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm clocking some bad guys. Healing factor can't keep up.
Oh, you're so corny. Why the fuck is there a healer chasing me? Go heal your team. It's being weird. It's being weird. Oh my goodness. This character sucks so much against this game. It's like a garbage buns character, bro.
Man, my hair's all messed up.
Torch. Yeah. God, I hate this character. I like him and I hate him at the same time.
Like a day at the spa.
You like my shapes, chat?
Ooh, that felt nice.
Oh my goodness, bro. Why are you flying at me in the air? Are the teams balanced or still balanced? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Not yet. It seems to bounce, yes. You think they bounce? Holy shit. Big wolf. Bro, what is doing this much damage to me?
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh god, I hate this character so much. I can't just go in like that.
Man, my hair's all messed up.
Got my dime back after those Mickey losses. Mickey losses is crazy.
Better stop that vehicle.
If this young willed it, and you win. You didn't will it, you don't deserve to win. Oh. What? I was gone. Wait, okay, that made no sense. I was long gone. That actually made no sense. I was actually long gone. That's crazy.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Touched.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, you're annoying. Yeah, bake. Bake. Bake.
The current score is
Look at the seams. It just bugs out a lot.
0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Why do you only play D tier
You'll
characters?
need a top-notch team to
I don't only play D tier characters. What do you mean? What makes you say that?
Round 2, go!
The blade main in question, bro. Lock in.
I get sick of people asking me for the brightest.
Bro, lock in. Nah, yeah, the teams are balanced. Just Flame is having the match of his damn life, I guess.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm just running it down. I'm just doing what I usually do.
Mona, that outfit is amazing. You have to hook me up with your stylist, Angela.
This armor was forged in heaven and weathered on the field of battle for centuries.
Then it should hold up fine for a few hours on stage, right?
I am a warrior goddess.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll take a shield. Got eyes on some bogeys.
You're playing Iron Fist, bro? Oh my god. Really, bro? Come on. Anything to track to me in the skies, huh? Oh shit, can I have a shot? Holy shit. They got on my ass so fast.
Man, my hair's all messed up.
Wait, that was the character you pulled out, France? That weak ass character. Let me stream after this. No. That weak ass character, bro. That's the character you pull out. Got him. We got baked.
Yeah, if I were you.
Final score 1, 2, 0.
GG's. Hold on. Finally winning some customs today, huh? I'm gonna be the custom game GOAT.
Another epic victory.
I might be the custom game GOAT. You're welcome for the carry. It's crazy. Taking as a wolf, Angela Penny. 10 experience. Oh man. All right, GG's everybody. Thanks for coming. GG's, GG's. GG's for imbalanced matches. GG's. Is there something I wanted to do before I get off this game? Lagging like crazy too. Excuses, huh? We got the excuses pre-ordered and ready to go. We got the excuses pre-ordered and ready to go. I see. I didn't think we'd have the excuses pre-ordered. That's kind of crazy, you know? The Angela sign. Oh man. I think I claimed everything I needed to do, and I got my Celestial back too. W day, I'd say no. I repeat most of my ranked matches too. I totally wasn't playing a broken character. Oh, don't look at that. Just playing a fair and balanced character. W day, because I didn't fight Spidey Lee. Lee's weak ass Spider-Man. Don't ban it. It's not worth banning. I wouldn't have banned his weak ass Spider-Man. This weak ass Spider-Man. Oh man. Now some of these combos I'm seeing on Twitter, this Kenshiro looks crazy. Why didn't they show this? This motherfucker's going stupid. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. He didn't kill him though. Oh shit. Wait. He had 1 HP, so I thought he wasn't gonna die. Okay, that's pretty sick. I didn't think he was dead. Look at his health bar. He has a pinch of orange health right there. He didn't kill him though. Hold on. Oh shit, he did kill him. I thought he wasn't dead. Nani? I thought he wasn't dead, bro. Alright, bro, that's enough rivals. That's enough rivals, bro. Holy shit. Okay, now let's play some 2x probably. Let me do something real quick. Hold on. Give me a quick second. Give me a quick second. Alright, do we do Tekken or 2x? Which one do we do? Tekken or 2x? Tekken or 2x? Which one do we do, chat? Tekken? I do want to play some more Kunimitsu. Got 40 minutes till quota is finished. 40 minutes of Tekken. After that, I can end whenever I want. T and F. Okay. Yeah, I can't handle that game. Stop it. Restart stream real quick so I can get another 8 hours. It's crazy. Get the badge thing off the screen. What game music on? I don't remember what's on and what's not. Oh, it is on. Okay, let's go. I need this. Do you really need this? Do you really need this? Or does it need you? Does it need you?
Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle. All right. How you play this game again? I need this speed, please. Please speed. Hunk is faster than bedtime. Get ready for bed. What the hell? What the hell? What the helly? What the helly?
Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle. Okay, let's go. Is that law?
Round one. Fight.
Is it 1-2-2 again? Oh fuck. Yeah, it is. I was trying to remember. Uh-oh. Why is he not doing a nunchuck? Damn it, I should have done 1-1. I forgot the input for the little safe mid string. What the fuck?
Round three. Fight.
Oh wow, he kicked the shit out of me. Oh, take that. Wow, hop kick. Whoa. Uh-oh, that's not good. Damn.
Round four.
Sheesh, that's not good. launcher grab? What in the what? The what? Oh, your internet is buns. Your internet is so bad. Oh god.
Final round.
Does she have any counter hit low launchers? I don't learn that. I don't know if Queen Missy does. Uh-oh. Dude, this guy's so laggy. Oh god. Oh, I'm gonna be dead. W. Whew. That was close. I forgot a lot of her shit. Hold on.
Round one.
Round one. Oh, what's that lag? Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Are you serious? Isn't it 4-1? Or is it 1-4? After sidestep. Oh god. Oh god. Is this a custom? No, this isn't customs. No, this isn't right. This is a quick play. I was warming up. I'm about to go to ranked after this match. Oh, I could have done a wall ender. Whoops. Nice block.
Round four. Fight.
That gives a combo? Damn. Okay. Oh my, he's just jabbing nothing. Oh my goodness. Oh, what? That duck stat? Oh, fuck, wrong thingy. Oh man, where are my buttons? Is it 4-1+2? I think. Do they heat engage it? I don't remember.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, it is, yeah. Oh, this guy just mashed on that. Oh. Oh, my thing didn't reach. Oh man, her launcher has no range. The down 4-1 has like no range. I guess a wall splat. Holy shit.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I ducked. God damn, he went mid. Alright, let's go to rank. I need to get my inputs because I don't remember what my punishes are. Where's she go? Back to this track. 17 frame startup. Huh, interesting. Down back 1+2 back turn. Oh, it's 1-4. Okay. Back turn, mids, lows. Back turn, down 2. Back turn, down 4. Oh yeah, this is move. I know this move gave a launcher. I didn't know you could do that. It's pretty cool. Side step left, tracking. Oh, 2-2. I don't know what the combo is for that yet. Isn't it so will we all labbing fatal fury? All? What the? All looks crazy. I don't know how good this move is. Can you like combo with that or something? Or it's a heat move, but is it safe? I don't know what that heat move is for. I'm about to figure it out though. Practice settings. Stand block. Oh, I didn't do it right. There we go. Oops. Wait, what? Is this a low? Wait, what? This is a low? I didn't know that. It is a low. Wow, that's fucking crazy. He like teleports backwards and dashes in. I didn't know that was low. That's pretty good. But you can only use it from stance though, so it's like. Okay, I think I'm ready to go to ranked, I think. Back one, don't forward one. Quarter circle forward 1+2. Oh, it's this move. I forgot about that. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Oh, this move is safe. Okay, 1-1-2. This move is safe. It's really good. All right, let's go ranked. Oh, this doesn't look like type sword. Son. Plus 15. Oh my god, bro. Yo, this game is so insane, bro. I could have guessed which character I'd fight first and I would have been right. Yeah, I don't play no other characters. Oh my god. I guess which character I'd fight first. I swear to God. Oh, that breaks. Okay. Well, I'm dead.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. What? That's so random. Nice. Okay. Nice. Oh man. Armor King or King, pick your poison, literally. Wish I got Raul as my friend. I'm actually annoyed as fuck. I love playing Blade, but the rubber banding actually pissed me off. I've been dealing with that rubber banding for I don't even know how long. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
Round one.
Oh, welcome to the club. Grab, okay.
Round two. Fight.
Oh fuck. Oh crap, I keep messing my wall combo. You tried to Shining Wizard me. I can tech that stuff, bro. Oh nah. You see, you see how fast they are to fix Cyclops bugs, though, no? Actually, so silly. Mid to the god. There's a lot I gotta learn before I do something like that. Are you serious? Oh, I saw a funny photo. KPX Chris posted the blade cycle. The blade cycle. Hold on.
The next battle.
Where is it? Yo, these new buffs are crazy. Blade finally meta. We are here. Blade is fine. If you're struggling with him, it's a skill issue. Wow, is Blade kind of weak right now, or is it just me? And yo, how do I rework Blade? How I rework Blade post? We do the same thing every patch, bro. Every patch. We're about to do it again. And we're gonna do it again. The same thing every patch. Yo, Blade buff's crazy. Blade meta. I mean, I knew those buffs aren't gonna make it meta. Like the parry one is not that crazy, and the dash one, they just reverted it. They reverted the nerf, but I mean, it's still not 80. It's 70 damage, not 80 like it was before. It's good, but it's not like meta defining like some people were saying. Nice. One more Blade Wave reliable? Depends on what they is. I want them to just fucking buff his ult. They're content with his ult being like what this. So like, I don't fucking know. Oh, what is that lag? Oh god, you're in its ass, man. Oh, the game is literally freezing.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my god, this guy's some kind of like launches, I forgot. Nice low parry. Ooh, duck.
Round 4. Fight.
Whoa, what the, whoa, what the hell? Spin to win. Nimpo.
You win.
Nimpo. Y'all like Nimpo? Y'all like Nimpo? Victor was like, one dude on Twitter says, I need more bullets. I think that's what the cosplay is supposed to be. I need more bullets. I need more bullets. I need more bullets.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, he can't play the game. I haven't been a fucking frame trap of Doom.
Fight.
He's actually so scared to touch. I mean, to press. My bullets. I need my bullets. I'm on a 5 win streak. Hold on, I gotta lock in. I can't sidestep that. You should. Fuck you. Fuck you. He went low.
Fight.
Busting, right? Uh-oh. Oh, God. Yeah! Fuck your expression. Kick his ass out the sky.
Fight.
Goodness. Okay. Oh my god, this dude has fucking million counter launchers.
Final round. Fight.
What the fuck? Oh, my fucking kunai didn't throw for some reason. I don't know why. I keep messing up my wall combos, so we're gonna practice wall combos. If I can find the, oh, here it is. What is it again? Restart setting. Wall me up. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Isn't it 4-4? Yeah. What is that for us? Oh, it's just 4-4, right? I can do that, but I gotta cancel this damn queue. Oh, the walls on this map suck. Hold on. What stage do we go to? Celebration to see. Okay, let's go here.
Get ready for the next battle.
Gabugin. Delgin? Gabugin? You want me to play Gabugin? Hell no. Hell no. Go say play some Gabugin. You play Bob? Fuck no. Fuck. Okay, yeah, using that ender really messes up the combo. I'm not doing that. Wait, what? Oh, quarter circle forward. That works? Oh, that does work. 20 frames startup though. So what is the ender? The wall ender is the what? Wall combo. Back one. Back one. Down for one. Yeah, got it. Okay. Oh, down forward one. Whoops. Okay. How the fuck am I supposed to do that here? Does that have to be a high wall spot? Just do down 4-1. Well, there's one. The string still has a spin in it. Hold on. I mean, I know I can do that. Oops. The fuck is that? This is a thing? I even know I can do that. Anyways, no, I can do it. I think I just hit it really fast. Oops. Clean wall spot if you didn't tornado the wall. Maybe the clean wall spot if you didn't tornado on the wall. Oh. That's interesting. So I would have to not use it on your wall. I have to use it before I get them to the wall. Okay, I mean, I guess. I guess I'll just do that. So I was like, why the fuck does not work earlier? Can I do spin into it? No, fuck no, I can't. Oh, you can. That one does more damage. But spin has more startup. You gotta be way faster. Yep, that's way too hard. Fine, I'll just do that. Oh no, it does do more damage. It's just like 78. Okay, I think I'm ready to go then. How do I want to end combos if the wall's close? Can I do oh, you can. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, okay. That's pretty good, no? 81 damage, it's not bad. Oops. I'll do this. 19 frame startup. This one's 20, so you might as well do this one. Oh, let's go play. Yo, we just hit quota. Yippee. I can end stream. Yippee. Mate, you get 200 HP though. You put damage difference in colors really mattered. Interesting, interesting. There we go. Okay. More timing, but more be going crazy. She be going crazy. She be streaming for like 17 hours casually, like it's nothing. Okay, I don't know about that. When I do subathons, I usually do like 13 or 14 sometimes, but like,
get ready for the next battle.
Nah, bruh. She be doing that shit, no subathon, just 17 hours or 28 hours. I'm like, yo. And it be, the whole thing be Tekken too, so I'm like, what the fuck? The whole thing be Tekken or a fighting game. I'm like, yo, how are you functioning?
Round one. Fight.
I don't know how she does it. Truly inspirational, because I can't do that. What? Oh, there you go. What? That fucking has enough headline to kill me? Are you serious? I mean, they hit me? That's so stupid. He has 0 HP.
Round two. Fight.
Dude, oh my god, the grab track. What the fuck? Oh my goodness, this guy's really just gimmicking me out.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what? How close is that? Okay. He knows my win streak badly because I'm on a 6 win streak.
Final round. Fight.
Oh my god, it doesn't break armor. Really? Nice. Oh my fucking god, this guy. Oh, what? That hops over my... Ah, it's annoying. Character is so annoying, bro. Okay. Character is so random. Just does shit.
Round 1. Fight.
That's the wrong button. Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong button. I keep pressing the fucking button, bro. It's gonna be killed. Jesus Christ. I keep pressing the wrong button after I launch the guy.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Nope. Ah, I keep pressing the wrong fucking button. Watching lows. He does not block low. Nice, battle ruler. Let's go. Promoting rivals, promoting Tekken. Let's go. W stream.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my, what is wrong with this guy? What is he doing this? Oh. Okay, man. Die.
Round 2. Fight.
I keep messing up my combo every time I do that launcher. I don't know why. Okay. Ah. Okay, man. Holy shit, that's a high wall splat. Damn it, they didn't reach. Oh man. What? Okay, man. He keeps mashing on it. That move is plus, bro. He's fucking playing with me. You don't know frame data? He keeps mashing on it. Wait, I can get Fujin tonight? Yeah, probably could.
For the next battle.
Probably could. We did this for the week? Yeah. Try that in this game. Let's see what happened to you. I just wanted to let you know Kobe spoke for more than one person. You guys are stupid, bro. You guys are trolls, bro.
Get ready for the next
Kobe
battle.
spoke for more than one person. Hilarious.
Round one. Fight.
That's awkward. No. Oh man. I said die. I said die. Yo, chill out. Whoa. This fucking fuck ass Pac-Man stage is so cursed. This fuck ass Pac-Man stage is so cursed. Die. Nope. Brother, these guys are so laggy on this game. Oh my god. Counter hit.
Round three. Fight.
No set tech. Oh shit. Woo! Oh no, I didn't do it right. There you go.
Round four. Fight.
Oh my god, why do I keep doing that? I keep pressing the wrong button until I do that. Like, I had a whole launcher. Let me do a combo, but I just keep brain farting. Please hit him. No! No! It was too far! God damn it, dude! Damn it! It was so close, man! Fuck!
Final round. Fight.
What are you doing here, Deku? Fuck! Oh my. Oh fuck. No. Oh my lordy. I'm gonna snipe. Are you the same rank? We should play. Oh, this guy with his fuck ass grab. Okay, is that a? That's a one grab. 2-1 after download of the frame shot. Yeah, but it's unsafe. That's why I keep doing 1-1.
Round 1. Fight.
Fuck you. 6-day learning shit. What the hell? Perfect then. I mean, I'm not that new, but we can play. Oh man. Wait, who are you? Oh god. Please don't tell me you're playing. Oh my fucking god. Why are people like this on this game? King? Yeah, blocked and muted. Wah. You need to. Oh shit. Oh my god, this guy, I swear to god, he knows every grab for his character. This game is so bad. This game is so bad, bro. Holy shit. Asshole.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, what is this Pac-Man stage, dude? Oh god. Fuck off me. Yep. Yep. What is that? Zazzy, what did you do to Deku, dude? Oh, fuck. Nothing? Oh, no. First you hurt Boger, now hurting Deku? That's crazy, dude. You're always hurting people. No, no, no! What the fuck? Oh my god, he just grabs me while plus. While I'm plus. Oh, you're fucking trolling me. Oh my god, this guy loves grabs. We're playing the wrong character for this then. Oh no! Oh my god. Oh fuck, wrong button. Right button, never mind. Right button, right button, right button. Right button, right button, right button. Right button. Right button. Trust.
You win.
Zazzy murdered my family in front of me. Zazzy, what the fuck? What the fuck, Zazzy? She's lying?
Round 1. Fight.
Oh fuck. I thought I would reach. Damn it. This stage is crazy. Okay, I'm in the air. It's not doing much damage. That did like nothing. What was that? Did he just parry my... What? No, no. I'm going to lose my mind. Dude, this game makes no sense. Okay. This rage bait ass game, like literally. This game is just rage bait. Oh yeah, eat shit. Asshole. What's a portable deer?
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my goodness. So sweet. Oh god, this guy loves this grab. Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
I don't know, man. What? Oops. The wrong thing.
You win.
The wrong thing. Whoops. What tornado do I do if they're close to the wall?
Get ready for the next battle.
With their launcher, I guess I just do quarter circle forward 1+2, I guess. Did that work? Nope. CD2? Oh. Oops. Do that too. I forgot about that. Isn't it down for 4? What is the input for this one? Isn't it DP input for this? I brought the input for the other launcher. Oh, it is that. If I fuck up the input, though, I'm dead.
Get ready for the next battle.
Jin Kazama. Jin Kazama. Heihachi Mishima is dead. What's that busted ass new movie got in season 2? Oh my god. I remember that shit, bro. He got that shit for no reason too. I forgot what it was, but it was something stupid. I was like, what? Why? Oops. Okay, bro, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to tornado him, but I fucked up the input. Which one? Which one? I don't remember which one it was. Remember the one in the video? The one in the season 2 video? And then everybody lost their mind over King as well. That shit was funny as fuck. Goodness. Oh. I keep pressing the wrong button. Why do I keep pressing the wrong button? He grabbed me? Okay. Why is he not using... Oh, wait. The other heat smash isn't wall splat no more, huh? Fabulous nerf, by the way. Fabulous fucking nerf. You're dead, idiot. Oh, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. There's no way. No, this game sucks. Yo, this game sucks. Yo, what is this game? Rob, what the fuck is this game? This game fucking stinks. Yup. Who's gonna kill? I don't know. Fuck. Like, yo, I hate Tekken at low rank. It's actually so unplayable. It's just rage art spam over and over. He just runs up and does down 2. Okay. It's actually just rage art spam over and over, bro. Oh my god, I forgot how these people get down at low rank. It's so frustrating, dog. They just all spam rage art when low HP over anyone and does. Oh my god.
Get ready for the next
I'm not even on Clive and I'm getting one and done, dude. This is ridiculous, dog. That's the thing? What else can I do out of this? That's the launcher. Wow. This? Manual stance dash? Okay, I'll do that more. I mean, I do it with Clive a lot. So, I mean, it's pretty cool. Oh, you can do that? That's a lot of fucking damage, too. Am I going to 4-4 into stance?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
I don't know what's guaranteed there. Is 2 guaranteed on counter hit there? I don't know. Playing 2x KO? Yeah, it's 2x. Trust. Wow, I thought she was gonna mash, so I didn't see it. Spin to win, Beyblade.
Round 3. Fight.
Okay. What the fuck am I looking at? Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. I don't even know if it's guaranteed there. I don't think it is. Halfway. Halfway to Fujin. Look, Fujin Day Jin.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2.
What's up, Wood? And what's up, Vast? Oops. I have to manually dash. I want to sidewalk and flip punish it, but okay. Oh, that's a high. God damn it. Like a mid. Oh my goodness. Has armor. What in the? Oh, okay, that's a gimmicky ass move. What? That's a gimmicky ass move. What in the fuck? Oh my god, I'm dead. Never mind, I'm not dead. What the fuck is she doing? Wow. That's so annoying. I canceled it too, but it was like, what? It is, yeah. That's a gimmicky ass move. Like, what is that? Ooh, some cheese. Takes no brain power. You just throw that shit out. Wait, what is that?
Round 1.
The knowledge check of doom.
Fight.
I ducked. What? Oh my god, she's smashing. Okay. Oh my goodness, dude. I gotta keep sitting here watching 10-year-long cutscenes because these guys just press rage R on plus frames.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay. Oh, I didn't use my thingy. Oops.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Special mode is crazy, but alright. Nice.
You
The special mode is insane work, but alright, I'm not gonna question it. Also, I could have killed her, but I fucked up.
Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle. That's a lot of damage. I beg, please. Beg, please, what? Beg for what? What you talking about, man? Another victor? Okay, I think I can do one or two more. I'll keep going till I lose. I'll keep going till I lose. No, not this stage. This makes me want to play Clive. The fucking GOAT. The GOAT. That sucks. Ooh la la.
Round 2.
Man says ooh la la. What? What is this combo? Oh hell no! Oh, what the fuck? Oh my goodness. Okay, man.
Round 3. Fight.
Is this some sort of joke? This guy loves this fucking move. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, my bad. stage is so fucking sick. I don't know if that's launch punishable. And this is not. Okay, man. Alrighty. Another retard. Retard at 1 HP. The least yeah, those are the least optimal combos ever. Like, what would you ever use special style? Fight. There's like no reason to ever use special style. No. Okay, he just. Okay, whatever, man. Yo, you are insane. Dude, this guy is so weird. If you're plus, he's gonna rage art. Like, that's literally how he goes. If you're plus, he's rage arting. Like, he does not care. Like, my man don't know a lick of frame data. That shit do not matter to this guy, bro. My man does not care. Okay, can you not? Okay, whatever, man. Oh my god! He just mashes two. What the? What is this game? He just mashed 2. What the fuck? Did he just try to parry twice, or am I tripping? I'm not crazy, right? Duck the gunshot and launch. Oh my god, I get shitted on. Oh my god. Are you serious? This guy, he whips a move and just rage arts. Okay, man. It's so weird. Oh my god. I was whiff punish. Yo, but he whiffed though. No. I don't think he even meant to whiff punish that. I swear to God. He just whiffed his move and he was like, oh shit, let me just rage art. In case he presses anything on my whiff to move. Like, what the fuck? It's a valid strat. That shit is slop, bro. That shit is slop.
Round 2. Fight.
Soyons efficaces.
Them in front of there. Got her with the command grab.
Round 3. Fight.
There, what are you doing? I'm not crazy, right? What the fuck is bro cooking? I don't get it, bro. Is purple ranks, bro? No, bro. No, bro. I don't care if it's purple ranks, bro. Do people not want to get better at the game? The neurons. Neurons is crazy. Bro said
Get ready
neurons.
for the next battle.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, you kidding me? Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, the sidestep. Hold on.
Round 4. Fight.
W. Oh, I'm so close to promo. Oh my god. Okay, let me get this promo and get off. I was gonna get off when I finally lost, but like, I gotta get this promo.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay, that was weird. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
No. Oh my god, this guy was grabbing. Nice. I messed with the combo. I actually got him back on the wall, but I just didn't expect him to get hit by that.
Round 3. Fight.
Are you actually battle ruler? You don't play like one? Yeah. I'm battle ruler. This isn't battle ruler. I'm battle ruler. Bro, stop fucking grabbing me. Oh my god. Like, Jesus Christ. Jeez, bro. Like, can we like play the game and not like just grab? Jeez. It's quite annoying.
Get ready for the next battle.
You be taking kick in no time. Oh, thanks. Just grab. This shit is annoying. Does it work on the wall? Oh, it does. Okay. I think next match is the promo match. So, what's that? A 9-hour stream? The 8:52 right now. W 9 hours.
Get ready for the next battle.
W 9 hours. Oh, of course, it's Brian. Okay.
Round 1. Fight.
He said, "Fuck your move, bro." Nice. He said, "Fuck your move, bro." Kick the shit out of my guts. Okay, this guy only uses launchers. Like, what? Dude, oh my god, his normals are so long. This guy only uses launchers. Okay. I meant to press 4. 3. Okay, press the wrong button. Oh my god, this character is so annoying. Oh my god, like his range of his fucking kicks are so far. Oops. Oh man, I'm dead. Just playing on a roller. On a roller? What the hell's a roller? What the fuck is a roller? Controller? I'm on a leverless.
Round one.
Do I switch more controller? Should work. Should. Okay.
Round two. Fight.
Oh my lordy, okay. I didn't press it, alright. Oh my goodness, okay. Ranking my ass at the top left. Battle ruler. Game definitely gave me a challenge with this one because holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, why did that drop? Why did that drop, bro? Okay. Why did that drop? Kick the shit out of that boy. What a damn promo. We're done. We're done for today. Fujin, let's go. I give him his rematch though. Nah, this guy actually knows how to play the damn game, so he's not spamming rage art.
Round one. Fight.
Bro, he's just playing keep up this shit. His range is fucking insane, yo. What the fuck? There's a second kick? Oh my god. Okay, Pew, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't know there was a second kick. What the fuck is that? Oh no, that's not good. I gotta stop using that move. It's gonna be killed. That's not good. Oh, he jabbed. I tried to sidestep.
Round 4. Fight.
What? Oh my god, I fucked up. I should have kept spinning. Ah, fuck. Okay, that's enough. I'm out of here. I'm gassed. That is a 9-hour stream. I did way more than I was supposed to. We had blue rank today though. We promoted Rivals, we promoted Tekken. That's a W stream. Alright, chat. I will catch you guys later. That was pretty fun. We'll probably do some more tomorrow. We're either gonna do this or maybe 2x. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll do Street Fighter. I have no clue. But appreciate everybody watching. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it a lot. And yeah. Do be like that, man. Damn, that last match was sweaty. The people are definitely getting better, as they should. Because holy hell. I felt like when I was playing Double Jin back then. Like one of them matches. Pretty crazy. Alright, W stream. I'm going to oh man. Let me see if there's anyone online that has rated me recently. Nope, there isn't. I'm just gonna send you guys to the bot channel. I haven't sent you guys to the bot channel ages. Appreciate you guys again. Thank you guys for watching. That was pretty fun. Next stream we're gonna do I don't know. Maybe do something though. But yeah, I'm gonna go edit real quick and then go to sleep. So I'll catch you guys later. Thank you guys for watching. Much love. Good night.